Hello. It is time. I need to check something really quick. Here we go. Good. All right. So I am doing this. And I kind of made a mistake. I should have set up my tablet before I did this, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Actually, I might do this. So I do actually have, I was thinking about it. I think I do actually have enough to go for the weapons. At least kind of building them out, I think. There's one thing that I did not finish from my from Zombie Game, which was making a weapon system. I was also trying to make a very realistic weapon system. In my case, yeah. This is called level design. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna go and change the title. This is not planning levels 2. This is weapons. Weapons. Changing it. Well, this planet game. Right. Planet game. Oh. I need to get those. Put somewhere. Why is the planet under a thing? All right. I've got to collect these images and get them in here. send it, and then I can do stuff. So what's my comment on this one? I think Cloudwest touching tall structures, good colors. Yellow, green, grass. Dim brown. Construction. Dark blue sky. I'll say streak. Streaking clouds. Okay. Cloud buildings. Okay. Yeah, it should really be at location, not. And I don't think I can do that because it's probably gonna call it like a deleted file. Most likely, I think. Arctic. Just cold. I said landing outside last facility. There's just an idea. I don't think that one's gonna make it though, to be honest. I had quite a few images. Can be like overgrown quarries, exposed cut rock. This is a huge image, I think, right? I think it's like a very, very large image. I say arts. When I say arts. Well, this is dangerous, by the way. I think there actually probably is a legitimate problem with having these large images open on Firefox, so I probably need to close these immediately. Okay. Um, this image is so large. Dude, these images are too big. Okay. I kind of like this idea. I should write this. I should keep this, I think. Can I just do like cool. All right. I'll leave it. I'll call it it's going to be a document with only this in it. There we go. Okay. I've got that. I need to commit this. Planet concept art. I think this is also changing some story stuff, so story beard board. All right. What am I doing? Weapons? I'm a little all over the place. Um, weapons. Okay. Is my chair? Nope. I need to sit up. That's what I need to do. All right, no, I gotta fix the camera a little bit. It's actually just a little too high. Dog in the background. Okay. Weapon, is that actually what I'm? Weapons? Okay. Weapons, of course. So as I said, what I did not quite get done last time was the weapon setup. The weapon setup has a few things. And I was thinking of just going into here and doing it, writing stuff out, but I think I'm actually just going to write it out here. So, we call this weapon system. So what I know that I did was I had, oh man. I'm not going to do these things, okay? Let's immediately say do not do this. Okay? Do not have multiple ammo per weapon. Functional animations which depend on the state of the weapon or modify the state of the weapon. That was a big mistake that I made. I should not do that. That's definitely a level of complexity that probably is not needed. Trigger mechanism. My idea is just there's just a built-in, it'll be physics based. There'll be a built-in timer whenever you click before the weapon fires. Okay, no, after the weapon fires, okay, sorry, you click, the weapon fires instantly. As soon as possible, we're drawing a ray cast on the physics stick. And then it is waiting for, depending on the weapon type, I think the automatic weapon, I don't know. It either fires once and waits for you to let go before it can fire again. So not even a timer, just you have to let go. I guess there can be a timer, but you click, next physics stick, we will fire. The trigger, which is just going to be some kind of weapon state, some like full encompassing weapon state, is going to then wait for you to release before you can click again. So, sorry, I gotta like tie my hair back too tightly or something. It's hurting. Oh man. I think what I really want to do is I want to have a single weapon script, and it has settings. It handles automatic fire, and with that, fire rate. It handles timers, it handles input. It should, I think it is better that it does everything. My previous setup was I have a weapon definition, which defines kind of some of the wrong things, and there's a little bit scattered, which is why it should probably all go together. I think it defined, it had a lot of settings that I pretty much never touched. And then it had, by the way, here's the types of ammo this weapon can support. And then that ammo has a bunch of settings. And then the weapon also has a trigger mechanism, which has a bunch of settings. I don't think I need all of that. I think I just need one weapon script that I can apply settings to or do switches in that will work for everything. I probably want to have hands, but those are going to be built with the weapons. So I'm not going to do a system where I have grip points or anything like that. The hands will be animated with the weapon. I don't think I'm going to do... Yeah, let's not do this. No recoil simulation. I think best things to do there is just say when your first shots are straight, and then after that, like for an automatic weapon, they get slowly more random. Same thing with like a handgun. If you're shooting really fast, they get slowly more. The first shot's straight. The following ones are a little bit more random. I guess in that case, it'd be like a random impulse, right? So I'd have a value that increases when you fire a shot and then decreases very quickly based on some timer. Also, the simplest way is just to say your first shot's straight, then after that you have like a random range. I mean, that's literally what I was already saying. A random spread that grows. Bloom, I think is what it's called. Honestly, what I might do is not actually do bloom. Yeah, I'm going to say no shot bloom. In fact, what I'm going to say is there's just built-in inaccuracy to your weapon. First shot is straight. I don't know. I think I kind of need it because I have to make it not viable to spam your gun. A gun like the pistol, the sidearm. But you're actually meant to spam it. Okay. All right. No inheritance components. If I say this gun is doing something weird, I have one file that I can open. Minus the fact that I have settings. If it appears to be like a logical bug, I can check the settings, and then after that I check the script. I don't have to look at any... I don't have to possibly look at two resources, wonder which one of the resources it's attached to. Is it on the scene file, right? None of that. Weapon script contains the scene, calls animations. Because there was a thing I was getting into where I was like, I would really like the revolver scene to know about the ammo state of the revolver. It would have been better if that was already in the same place.
Right. That would have been better.
It would have been nice if they were already in the same place. I don't have to like create some spaghetti path for that data to travel. No container classes. Objects. Scripts which purely manage it's like interface or something. Scripts was purely manage just make an API in the class itself. So this was weapon node. Weapon node was a mistake, I think. Weapon node should not have existed. It should have just been a weapon. In fact, weapon node should have been everything. Should have been the scene. Should have been all the settings, all the ammo, whatever. All of it in one. So then I can just say, hey, fire my weapon, or, I mean, okay, so it's like an input system. This might still be good for AI, especially now that I'm thinking AI needs to use weapons. Honestly, not even that. It's not even really that. It's going to be like robots have like weapons fused onto them. Actually, I mean, I guess I will. If I'm having the security bots are meant to be provided any kind of weapon, and they would be able to use that weapon for defense. If a person can use the weapon, the security bot can definitely use the weapon. So I've just got an idea for something that I think needs to happen to make it more interesting, more fun to shoot the robots. Fortunately, I can make models which are just individual pieces and quite literally have a whole block detach and like impulse it away and just let it be just a rigid body physics thing, right? Which means if I'm doing that, I need to have a way to produce a model that has these parts defined on it. Those parts can be removed when I can assign like damage values or something to the parts. So once I take enough of like certain damage or something, they detach. Or not even that. They just, well, yeah, it would only make sense if the part that you're shooting is the part that can come off. I'm not shooting a robot and his arm flies off, or I'm not shooting a leg and his arm flies off, right? Something like that. That is a system to consider. But if I can crack that, let me actually put this out here. Let me bring this out here. I'm going to rename this to Well, okay, no. Okay. I must not do this. No interface classes. I didn't really mean to cut it like that. Functional animations. Animations which animations is read from or modify state. Animations must be prepared and kicked off by the relevant system. So if ever I'm going to play an animation, there's a certain point in time where I'm like, all right, I have all my data, play the animation. All right, I know all the information, I'm going to play this animation. Okay. Show the system in as much detail as possible before writing code. And all interaction points. So this might be something for the weapon firing. And knowing how that interacts with a part on a robot. I need to know how that communication happens. I would say the weapon is going to tell the robot, hey, I shot you here. Or, yeah, it can just be kind of like that. I can have hitboxes set up. So the weapon says, hey, I fired. Here's the hitbox I hit. I'm going to tell that hitbox or whatever. Okay, I'm not going to tell the hitbox. I'm going to tell the whole thing that I shot about the hitbox that I just hit, who I am. You know, I give it as much information as possible. Or at least not even that. There's just a road, right? The weapon can say, hey you, I shot you. I'm calling the function for taking a bullet or something. Or just call the function for taking damage from a round or something. Okay. Yeah, I will say consider consider diagramming Consider diagramming execution. Something isn't obvious. Okay. So this would be me saying what I just said with that, where I would say, all right, well, maybe I'm not entirely sure how the interaction needs to happen between a weapon and an enemy. So let me just do like, I can just make like a canvas and do a quick chart and say, I'm going to create a function called this, and this function is going to exist on things that can take damage. And the weapon is going to call that function. Something that simple. Okay. You gotta do something. Yeah, okay. Theory execution, something isn't obvious. So maybe this can be something like like what I just said. If I have a weapon that needs to be able to interact with an enemy, and that was something that maybe I started writing code and I didn't realize that, then I realized, oh, wait a second. This other thing needs to know that it's been shot. I have to immediately stop and think, okay, well, do I already have something that does that? Can I use this other thing? Is that other thing written with this intention? Do I need something new? Have I just written something? Have I made a bad decision already? And this is a sign that I've made a bad decision and I need to rethink something that I'm already doing instead of writing something new. Weapon system. There's no way chambering is not a... Yeah, let me check. Chambering is not a word? Chamber, and the verb is chambering. What's up with obsidian? I feel like there's so many words that it's missing. None of that. Those will just be animations. So when you hit reload, part of the reload animation is pulling the slide, charging handle, whatever. Um, Animation locking. Use internal timers instead of waiting for animations to complete. If there's a really complex animation that has to like, if there's like some thing where an animation plays and then it plays another animation, then it plays another animation, then it plays another animation, this does mean that I am... Okay, let me rephrase that. Plays an animation, something logical happens. Plays an animation, something logical happens. Plays an animation, something logical happens. I should really make sure to avoid anything like that. If I can avoid doing that, that's ideal. What should either happen is all four of those get combined and all the logical stuff happens at the end, or I just let that animation play through and I have my own, like, I have like 4 timers that I'm running on my side. So I'm saying, all right, after about a half a second, which is how long I expect this animation to be, do this logical thing. Another half second or whatever the timer is, setting that up. Instead of saying, ticking in my code and saying, is this animation still playing? Oh, it's not playing? Okay, it's done playing. Do the logical thing. I should have a timer instead. Definitely I'm not going to use a function call on the animation. Definitely don't do that. I mean, I think it's already what I wrote down. No functional animations, yeah. Animations do not call functions. Do not have 2 weapons be compete for relevance. Essentially, this just means if I'm making a weapon, or if I'm designing a weapon, and I start to feel like it's just doing the job of this other weapon, but maybe a little bit better or a little bit worse, then I need to fully redesign this weapon that I'm working on. Leave the other weapon. If I can, then maybe reconsider changing the other weapon. Also, just notice this is 100 words and 600 characters. What are the odds of that? I'm blocking it, you can't see it, but like right beneath my webcam it says there's 100 words in this file and there's 600 characters in the file. Interesting. So every weapon needs to be strong in its own way. Should be good for its purpose. Or should be strong in its use case. Every weapon can let me say this. Any weapon can get the job done. So I can't design an enemy that has to be defeated by a certain weapon. I cannot do that. I can make that enemy be like paper mache to a certain weapon and like a rock to a rock to any other weapon. But eventually the other weapons have to be able to defeat that enemy as well. It has to be possible. A weapon being almost useless for certain enemies. I don't want that. I also don't want a weapon that, if it's the last thing you got and you're fighting a certain enemy, I don't want you to hate yourself. I don't want you to consider revert to last checkpoint because and save your ammo or use your ammo a bit better. Or it's just end up in a fight in a situation where you are stuck with the worst weapon for the enemy you're facing. It should be more difficult. You know, say you're using a shotgun on the wrong enemy type when you shouldn't have been using it, and now you don't have the shotgun for an enemy that would be great to have the shotgun against, right? So I want you to be able to you should be able to experiment without harsh punishment. So if I do end up blasting away with a shotgun and I hit that enemy, well, for one, I should probably consider giving some shotgun ammo just prior to that enemy type, or whatever relevant ammo to an enemy that you're about to encounter. If you're still in experimental phase, right? If I've just given the shotgun, just throw ammo at the player, I guess, right? And then start cutting back. Once they figure out what it's good for, what it's probably too good for, and maybe a different weapon's suited, that kind of thing. I'm not like, here's 10 rounds of the shotgun, the weapon I just gave you. It's going to be relevant for an enemy I'm going to throw at you 10 minutes from now. And if you use all your ammo, then you're pretty much toast. You're going to you will be struggling. Or even worse, you get to that enemy type and you're like, how do I defeat this guy? And you're missing the shotgun or something. So you're not able to actually experiment with it and discover that weapon is particularly good for them. Also, I want to do this. Tell the player with tutorial pop-ups. I don't know tutorial pop-ups, okay? I think that is very lazy, and that is just a sign of I think that's an overcorrection possibly from playtesting. People playtested, and maybe your level design wasn't very good during the playtest, and you were looking to see if they could defeat a certain enemy, and everyone was struggling with a certain enemy type because you didn't make it very clear that a certain weapon was meant to excel at this in this encounter. So then what do? Well, we're dumb, we can't figure it out, so we're just going to have a tutorial pop up on the screen. You pick up the shotgun. Here is the enemy you shoot with a shotgun. Please shoot this enemy with a shotgun and wait until you see this enemy to use the weapon. Or you walk into a new room, they do the introduction cutscene of this crazy enemy type, and you're like, wow, I can't wait to get playing, and then, boop, stop. Here's tutorial. This enemy is very weak to the shotgun. Please use the shotgun. I cannot do that. That's like just such a vibe killer, in fact. Games do that. Some games really do that. You jump into an arena, crazy animation happens, camera flings back to the player, you get in a first person for 1 frame, and then they freeze the game and they pop up a window and tell you this enemy is weak to electricity or whatever the hell they do. Use this new ability we just gave you. Even that, sometimes they do that too. They just give you an ability at the very start of like a fight. I think the ideal way to do this is to give a weapon before the relevant enemy appears, so they can experiment on the weaker ones and see, hey, this is a pretty good weapon. And then you throw the strong ones at them, making sure they're still like, shortly after, they're still using that weapon. Hopefully they haven't run out of ammo yet. They shouldn't. and then they use that one, and then the thing goes down, and then maybe later on, you know, I don't know, something like that. I do kind of have a thing that I can do here. I can have mission leader tell you something about the enemy you're fighting. Like at the end of encounters, they say like, we just ran some analysis that robot you just found would be really. If I do that, I have to have some kind of detection where I'm watching other players playing and see if they fought the enemy with the right weapon in the right way. And if they didn't do it at all, then I might say, hey, if you shoot that glowing part with a shotgun or whatever, it's good. Like they pulled out the sidearm and they blasted it until it fell over. I just had a fun idea. During night missions, shooting the lights on robots, because the lights make it hard for you to see. And you can just shoot in the direction of the light. Yep, okay. Basically, here's my thought. I thought today I might finally get Godot open and just start on a box and have a box that you can shoot. Not even a box you can shoot, just the weapons. You can shoot the weapons, and then maybe I have like a fake target like prints out, pops up a number or something that says like, hey, I took 10 damage or something. I still don't know anything about multiplayer, by the way, but I'm still operating on the assumption that this is probably a good idea. At the very least, this is a good idea. Plus is input during frames. Game logic into physics. Yeah, right. The assumption that is that that's ideal for multiplayer. What did I do with weapons that I don't want to do? Multiple ammo. I should probably say type. It may still be the case that I have like my weapon node, which is a lot of the weapon logic, and still have that be extendable. So I can override something, like maybe I have a special case for some particle that I need to do. Or maybe I just know that a lot of fluff can be cut out, like for... I might say something with a sword might be some special case, because a lot of parameters are just not there. It's just an animation and flat damage that happens. And it's a hitbox in that case. It's not... Yeah, it's a hitbox in that case. It's not a ray cast. The way I did the shovel I kind of like. I think I start by having it ray cast, and if it hits something in a very short distance, then we say this is the spot you hit. If the ray cast fails, then I go back to a hitbox detection, and just the first thing that I find in that intersection list, or I guess the closest object in the intersection list, is the one that I hit. Maybe not even that. Maybe the one that's like closest to the center of the box is what I hit. Or I draw a line straight to the center of the box, and the one closest to that line, the closest thing to the line and closest to me, what would that be? I'm just thinking about a case where like I do a hitbox and the closest thing is like an enemy that's barely even visible, or like not even visible on the screen. Honestly, I probably just do it the simple way, and it just hits everything in the box. I do a ray cast to determine its like impact point for like a particle or a decal or whatever. But then the whole hitbox is just, or even like a sliding hitbox, where I turn on hitbox over here for some frames, and I turn on hitbox over here for some frames. Because the way I'm thinking about this is kind of like how in Overwatch Ryan's hammer swing. I'm not exactly sure how the hitbox works, but I think it's a sliding hitbox, and I think it actually does slide left to right on your screen. Either they've tuned like a hitbox on the hammer, physically on the hammer. No, I don't even think so, because I think you can visually see stuff not even hit your hammer that it hits. So I think it is just a sliding hitbox. A big vertical box that goes, you know, it follows roughly with the animation. It might be more like a growing hitbox too. It starts small and then it like expands quickly to the right, or to the left, and then back to the right. Debug tools at the beginning. That's a good idea. Systems development, do this. Always create debug tools alongside any complex system. I can use that like chat window thing that I have for message display. But I should have visual stuff. Yeah, I should have visual debug tools. It might even be the case where I probably start with, before I make a hitbox, I make a way to visualize that hitbox and calls with that hitbox immediately. Or just at the same time. If I'm making a hitbox, I don't even test it until I have also written visual debug code with it. And that needs to be functional. All right, so let me list out. I really want to actually get started. So game interactions. The weapon needs to it needs to have animations. It needs to have a visual scene. Particle effect system. Not system. Particles and effects. Particle effect. Raycast for projectiles. Raycast is a word. Hitbox for hitbox is a word. It's crazy. Hitbox for melee. It needs to show state with UI. Ammo. I think ammo for now is really all it is. Like ammo. It needs to tell entities about damage. I need to consider some AI stuff too. How do the enemies react to it? I think I can just kind of generally say that like maybe some enemies are sensitive to your direction. So if they take damage, they can actually, they know which way it was shot from. Some enemies just, yeah, I mean that's gonna take some thinking. But for now, I should be able to produce a weapon system that doesn't really care about what the enemies do after being hit. It just cares that the enemy has been told they've been hit. And a dedicated enough channel for for that information that if I say a weapon needs to tell the enemy which direction it was shot from, then I can add that in there. It's not a big deal to add that. But for now, I'm going to assume that I'm hitting an orb that just needs to say, I took 10 damage. Like, that's all I'm going to say. It needs to, I don't think it's really going to have input. Okay, I think it will have some kind of its own input system where I tell it I'm pressing the button to fire and I'm not pressing the button to fire. I think it's what I do. Input for pressing the button, and I'm not pressing the button. I think it's all it should need to know. For the weapon, like the tool where it can be charged, it's essentially just looking for when you release the button. If it receives I'm pressing and I'm releasing, it'll fire. If it receives I'm pressing, it waits until it receives I'm not pressing to fire. And that can determine whether or not it's like a charge shot or a single shot. How does reloading work? Let me just say it for I'm pressing. How does reloading work? Okay, so it needs must know if it has bullets. Must know if it has ammo and is loaded. I need to tell it to reload. So must be told to reload, because this will be essentially an input saying, hey, I want to reload the gun. And then the gun says, all right, I've got ammo. I'm going to play the reload animation, and then I'm going to start a half-second timer, and at the end of that, not even a half-second timer, I'm going to start a 2-second timer, and at the end of that timer, I'm going to reload. So I tell it to reload. As like, you know, same thing, it's an input system. Input for reload. And this can even be the case where it says, I tell it to reload and the player doesn't, the player knows about a reload happening if the weapon starts an animation. If the weapon starts to animate, then the player knows, all right, my weapon was empty, I've started to reload, I have ammo, and I've started to reload it. It knows all three of those things. I have ammo, my weapon was not full, and it is now reloading. If it doesn't even, this isn't even a return either. Don't even return. Do not return anything. It just gets told, hey, I would like to reload you, and it's like, all right, I can or I can't, and it will just do it. I think the visual scene will include arms. So essentially, I have a weapon. It has the type of weapon, and then it knows the type of arms. Not even the type of arms. I'm thinking about like some crazy stuff, but if there are arms, it says, all right, let's load up this set of arms. Here's the weapon. Visual. Yeah, I don't need, okay. I don't even think about that. It just has arms as well. The visual scene also includes the arms. Also, I think it's just a mesh as well. It's just a static mesh. But the mesh also... Oh man, how does the animation stuff work? I think it's just that the animation has like bone names, and the mesh just knows what its skeleton is. The animation manipulates the skeleton. So the skeleton is like that direction, I guess. Or it's more like the mesh attaches to the skeleton, the animation modifies the bone, modifies the skeleton. That's right. Which will move the mesh, because the mesh is stuck onto the... Yep. Yep. It does need to have an output for ammo state. I think the UI reads that. So the UI goes and says, hey, weapon, what have you got? So I'll say this. So this would be like saying, here's my UI element, which I think is what I've already kind of got. Here's my UI element, so the UI can just say, all right, what image am I displaying? Oh, that's the image I'm displaying. Okay. How many bullets do you have? All right, that's how many. This is where I lay it out or whatever. I'm not sure on the way that I currently had it or last had it, where the UI is just, it like inserts like a component for the weapon UI, and the weapon UI is its own like extended script that manages that. I'm not sure about that. It might make more sense for that to also just be parameter stuff, where the weapon script manages some UI piece at the same time. So the weapon script provides a UI node, and the player can grab that UI node and slap it on theirs. So then the weapon scene is still like the container for that. Container. It owns that. And then there can just be parameters like, here's the bullet icon, here's the not used bullet icon, or just like, here's the bullet icon. I want you to display like magazine mode, where it's like a big array of like semi-transparent icons, and then you light up the icons in order depending on the current count of ammo. And I want 3 columns, 4 rows, or whatever. And it's like fully typed in stuff. So yeah, not even output state. So let's just say provides a control node for player to put in their UI. Do you need light effect? Oh, I need sound. Sounds. And I might go with what I was writing previously, where I have like a global sound interface. That would allow AI to respond to sound, where they just say, all right, let's check the sound list of sounds that played in the last tick or whatever, and I'm going to go through and find the ones that I care about. Right. Maybe not even that way, honestly. Maybe it's more like the sound thing prepares sounds, and then at the end of the tick, it runs, and it goes through and tells entities about those sounds. So, or it adds information to like a list or something. I don't know. I'm not gonna have a huge number of enemies. I think in this case it's definitely gonna be 50 or fewer. If there are that many, they're gonna be like really small things that are very simple. Like small robots that just hurt you when they touch you or something. Yeah, I kind of want to think about how sound is really going to work here. Okay. All right. Let me do this. Let me get There's a whole lot of gameplay here. It's a whole lot of gameplay here. Oh my gosh. That's some gameplay. Getting new weapons. Stuff. I think I might just go here. Yeah, so let me think about behavior. Do not. Let's say no group behavior. Where thing 1 walks to the thing 2 and says, let's do this together, and then they do it. Not that. They're not asking the question. They're not making decisions based on others' decisions. Yeah. No decision making based on others' decisions. Do not, want to keep the AI simple. I would like it to be where I don't have to produce a whole behavior system, but all right, let me think about what I want to happen. What I want to have. So first of all, I think I need at least one enemy variant for each weapon. That is an enemy made for each weapon. Man. An enemy made to be shot by certain weapons. So I think I want to have the shotgun is for crowd control and stun fast enemies, take down groups of weak enemies. I'll write this at the top. Well, more of gameplay here. Rifle is good for enemy type, for any enemy, but not but only best for some. Sidearm is good for it's good for single weaker targets when conserving ammo. Can still be effective at I'll just say this. Good for single targets when conserving ammo. Security gun is good for... Yeah, let's say, like, the way that I see this being used is you essentially just have, like, a group of enemies that are kind of lined up, and it takes one bullet to take them out. So what you would do is you just take your gun, you start shooting at the first one, and you spray across the group, and they all go out. The rifle can do that too, but maybe you don't want to do that because you have way more ammo for the security gun. So in those two cases, it's like, I have 1,000 bullets of this one, I have 50 of this one, let me use the 1,000 bullets for this sweep. Yeah. For sweeping groups. Of weaker enemies. I specifically like that sweeping motion. You're gonna go back and forth, right? Sweeping groups of weaker enemies. And you have a lot of ammo for this. I think in general this gun should be a gun that you're constantly finding ammo for. Should pretty much like always be topped up on this one. It's like weak spot. Like I specifically imagine just like something flying, and if you get a bullet, if you get at least one bullet in its center, it will explode. So, and their line, maybe even this, where it's like a single enemy, but it has like 5 weak spots in the line, and you have to sweep across that line, hitting each spot around the same time, and then that just causes the whole thing to go. Yeah, sweeping weak spot enemies, such as needing to hit yeah. Those are the big 4. Then I have, oh, the tool. So tool, the tool and the shotgun sort of compete here, where you have several robots coming at you really quickly. A rifle can take them down, but they're probably going to reach you and deal some damage. If you have a shotgun, though, one shot, they're all staggered for a moment. They all slow down. I could even actually just say dismemberment. Dismantle. Can dismantle robots very quickly. The tool, I think, doesn't do the dismantle part, but it can. It also doesn't really destroy them. I guess not in that way. What I imagine is something very strong that... I mean, I can't say that because then it has to deal damage to you. I guess a shotgun can stun it. It's a utility gun. It needs to be able to... What am I imagining for it? I'm just imagining, like... Honestly, I could even say something where it's silent. The tool is a silent weapon. You could use it in as some kind of stealth situation where you shoot an enemy 3 times with the tool, and then they like get zapped, they electrocute, and then they fall over. I also want the charge shot, so you can charge it to shoot a bunch all at once. Maybe what that can do is that causes a target robot to just explode immediately or something. They immediately stop in their place. They zap for like a moment and then they just explode or something. I think it's like a fun kind of gun, you know? Seeing robots, I guess, just lock up and fall over in like a stiff pose could be funny. I can also have like hydraulic stuff where they just go loose and they fall over. I think for a motor where the thing is always locked and the motor has to move it to do something, makes sense for like going into a stiff pose, and then some sort of hydraulic system where the pump has to be running. The pump is just turned off by this weapon, and then so they just go to whatever default pose they have. I can imagine it kind of being like they get hit by a charge shot, they freeze up, and you hear like a charging noise, right? Like their batteries just whirling or making some noise. Maybe they even glow a little bit, maybe like, you know, they spark more and more violently, and then they just explode or something. I think that's this weapon is more of an effect weapon. More like a fun weapon. I could say like you can't carry a lot of max ammo for it, but ammo is pretty common. This type of weapon that you're pretty much never... There's never a point anywhere in the game that you could go very long without finding it. Like I give you 10 ammo and then I have you fight 15 enemies. 10 ammo, 15 enemies. 10 ammo, 15 enemies. Something like that. Something like that kind of. Maybe more like 10 or 20. 10 to 20. Where roughly for every X amount of enemies you kill, you get half that amount of tool weapon or tool ammo. But your max ammo is limited. Like maybe you like literally get like 10 charges. You can do 10 full charges, or like say each charge is like 8 shots. So they get 80 individual shots or 10 full charges. Okay. I have no idea what the ultra weapon could do. It does need to be ballistic in nature. It can't be like some kind of energy weapon. I guess it can be an energy weapon. Like it's some sort of like plasma tool. Perhaps more like a railgun. You shoot it, it's gonna go straight through anything you point it at. The more material it goes through, the more damage it does. So like quite literally for a large enemy with like a bunch of systems in its way, it's gonna be like that cone shape basically. It goes in, it's small air effect, and like this big ball of destruction expands. Maybe that's how it can work. If you have an enemy, if you have robot and robot, shoot the first one, the railgun goes straight through it, and it adds damage or something. Like literally it just adds damage. So the next target it hits, it says, let's take the last one I got and deal that many times more damage. So you do the railgun shot plus like a ton of shrapnel or something hits that one. Like nuclear fission bombs, where one neutron hits another, creates 3 neutrons. Those 3 hit 3 more, 9 neutrons, right? Like an amplification of space and damage. This could also be a charge weapon too, where it could do like some sort of wide blast where you could aim between 2 enemies and deal equivalent damage to both of them. Maybe it just auto aims. Maybe it can just auto aim. You pretty much can't miss with it. If there's an enemy in our screen, it's gonna hit that. Maybe that's how the charge works. Maybe it has like a five shots in it. You hold the trigger. Target locator locks onto an enemy closest to the center screen. A half second passes. It locks onto a second enemy closest to the center of your screen, and that's how it operates. Once it's fully charged, it'll fire 5 shots and just do the normal thing to all of them on your screen. And maybe it targets you know what? That seems right. An auto aim for I think it just sounds fun too. Like the first time you get it, they're like, "Hey, you got a bunch of guys coming at you. The client has authorized you to use the weapon for defense." You know, so you're like, "Really? Okay." So you pull it out, and it says, they also say like they recommend you holding down the trigger. They recommend that you hold the trigger. Don't fire single shots with it. So the first thing you do, of course, you hold down the trigger when you see all the robots coming at you. Target locator, target locator, target, you know, it just targets like 10 enemies at once. That sounds perfect. Oh, there's no words in this dictionary, man. Of railgun. It travels through enemies, amplifying damage in a sort of cone shape. Like bowling. Right, the real... Actually, exactly like bowling, honestly. If the pins are the robots, the railgun is the ball. If the ball just goes in a straight line, and the pins will knock other pins down. That kind of thing. Like bowling with robots. That's it. There's the ultra weapon. Alright, cool. I also need to have tags for these. The sword. Sidearm. Rifle. Shotgun. The sword cuts through any metal with ease. Can be swung to do massive damage and dismantle any robot. I'll say like critical or something. Critical damage. I'm wondering if I need to have certain damage types. I don't really know. Honestly, I think it's just like to dismantle. It also has no ammo. So it's good for things that you can close the distance on, but if they're shooting at you, you probably don't use the sword because you're just going to get shot as you run up to them. And then if there's too many or they're too small, then it's probably hard to hit them. So you probably want to hit large targets. Only effective for larger targets they can get close to. So I think it'd probably be like some type of hitbox that is quite small. But if it makes, but it like, you know, if it intersects anything, it's going to be pretty much like instantly destroy that piece. All right, so if you have like a humanoid robot and you swing at it, you're guaranteed to hit it. And it's going to dismantle, it'll just like dismantle its torso immediately. So yeah, this was behavior. I want to have this stuff. This probably actually goes to weapons system. I'm just all over the place. Just say want. Dude, I'm actually like, how am I doing this? How am I falling into the exact same thing that I was doing for a zombie game? All I can think of is they can see you, they can hear you. Sometimes they can't hear you, sometimes they can't see you, they can only hear you. Honestly, though, I think every robot should be able to see you. That would only make sense if they have cameras. I mean, it could be a sign, right? That I should just complete the system that I'm making. But they don't need to be aware of others. Though it would be cool if to introduce a robot that like hears you, flies over to you, and blows up. If the first time you see it operate, if it was like a totally destructive bot, if this bot's in the environment, you probably just are like, all right, let's make a sound over there so that bot flies into this other group of bots and blows them all up. Like that kind of thing, where it's like, all right, these guys are in this encounter. I don't want them to come after me because I see what they do. Oh man, what I want to have. Let me just come up with it. Let me just write them out. Write out my ideas. So I will say, not even that. I'll do the first one. Bipedal security. Human tools and weapons of fight. Dude, how stupid would it be if you get the sword, and like when you're leaving, when you're at the door of the security center, one bipedal bot appears and he's got a sword. Like, how stupid would that be? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's gotta happen though. I can't have that not happen. You gotta have a cyborg ninja fight. Like, dude. I feel it writes itself, man. It writes itself. I don't even have to think about that. What I want to have. As you leave, as you leave the weapon facility with, oh my gosh, the sword. A sword wielding, a sword wielding biped comes out and you fight it. Or you can just blast it with a gun and then white metal sounds sad. Oh gosh. Is that too goofy? I don't think it is. I think that could be so funny. I think you see him come out. There's like a special locked in sequence where he comes out with a sword. And then your guy pulls out the sword. Or maybe he didn't pull out the sword. Maybe you just have the same weapon you were holding. And you can choose at that moment. Do I just shoot this guy? Or do I take out the sword and fight him with the sword? They could just be so funny. You just have the shotgun. He runs at you. You're like, I have the gun. I bet this guy's gonna go down in one shot. And he will. Bam! He falls over. Well, I guess you don't bring a gun to a sword fight, right? Or don't bring a sword to a... What? Hang on. Don't bring a... Wait, hang on. This could have a double meaning, where it's obviously incorrect. It's not what they are. It's not how the phrase goes. Don't bring a sword. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. But she would like you to have used the sword. This is also the wrong phrase. I don't know. Maybe it's just funny. Maybe it's just that goofy. Because she would have liked you to use the sword, of course. It has to be the right phrase. I don't think I can make the phrase wrong. Maybe I can make the phrase wrong. Wrong phrase on purpose. Because I made the mistake. Maybe she just says it too. She would have liked to have not seen the gun there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, bipedal security bots that use human tools and weapons to fight you. Without a weapon, they charge at you to punch you. Oh, okay. which if shot together, like by the set gun, can break it very quickly. What happens if you have no bullets? Honestly, I might just have to say your sidearm is like supercharged and it never runs out of ammo. Something like that. Let's say blind robots that that seek out noise and explode. Ancient robots that cannot move very quickly, see very well, are deaf, that just punch you. What if I have like noise making bots for these guys? You shoot a noisemaker, it starts making noise. This guy runs over there and takes it out. I don't have any thrown items. I could have a thrown item. Maybe you're a guy who can just throw rocks. You can pick up rocks and you can like hold on to like 2 rocks or something and you can throw them whenever you want and recover them. Could be a thing. I just realized something in Halo CE. When they introduce you to grenades, you are standing right next to life pods. When they give you grenades, you're standing next to windows and life pods. It's really funny, actually. Ideal location, I think, to use shrapnel weapons. Those spaceships must have been really robust to just handle explosions and be fine. To have war fought on them. When I have like crawling machines that go on walls, go on any surface, walls, ceilings. They gotta be spider machines. They gotta, I mean, they just have to be spiders. They're just spiders. These spider machines. So if I think about the... Okay, I shouldn't really be thinking about that. This is kind of an unrelated story. I had a thought where story and gameplay are like two sides of a coin. You can kind of put whatever you want on either side as long as they still fit together. And you can make them fit together if you try hard enough. Like a certain gameplay thing might just require a small tweak to your story. If you really want, for some reason, to have a certain story thing, then you may need to tweak your gameplay slightly. But otherwise, you can have just about whatever you want. I was about to say, let me think about the locations you're going to. I can change. I can do whatever I want, right? Crawling machines, flying stuff, blind robots that just explode. I have very slow, weak things. I might be able to find. I'm actually so afraid, honestly, to use ArtStation. I'm actually so scared that it's gonna kill me again. But I'll do it. Okay, so I'm looking artwork. No AI. Subject matter. There's gotta be machine, right? I could even just do industrial product design. Mechanical design? Mecha? Yeah, I just saw some mechanical design there. Definitely science fiction. What else? I guess can add industrial product design. I think it's just adding stuff. I don't think it's like saying they have to contain all of them. If they contain any of these, then it counts. I'll do game art. But I think it also, yeah, it's just adding stuff. Creatures. It's adding results. Jeez, this is so... much. Creatures might have added too much. I'm not really seeing... Oh, hang on. Alright, so all I can think of is this thing just shoots rockets at you. Right, these are rockets. It has ammo bags? Okay, so it's tactical. It's also tactical. Does it move? I'm not really sure if this moves. You could say it has legs. I guess it does move because of this piece. The bags there tell me, like, this thing will walk up to you and give you, like, some ammo, right? Very military, for sure. Oh, okay. So this is like this is a defense thing. This is entirely defense. These are shooting out and exploding in the air. Smoke screen support drone. Smoke screen. I mean, the idea is, there's a concept here, right? All right, I'll take this. Technically a I like the large flat top and missiles That word is difficult, to be honest. Missiles around the center. 4 legs. Feels very sturdy. Yeah, it just feels very sturdy. So I'll call this I guess I just call it support drone. That's a neat one. I think I need to be very careful where I put my mouse. I really do think if I hover one of these, it'll just unblur it. I do need the boss. But the boss has to be autonomous. This is like saying you get in this thing. Okay, I'm afraid of the videos, actually. The videos scare me. That's what killed me last time. Should I okay, I'm gonna take off creature. Creature's just adding too much stuff that is like not really related. Yeah. It's probably also messing with its like relevancy function or something. Or it's thinking something is relevant when it shouldn't be. Uh-oh. I'm afraid of videos. I'm gonna be very careful. Okay, I'm getting scared. My CPU started climbing. I'm getting afraid. I don't want it. Don't blow me up. What is this? Soft robot bust. Okay. This is like more of a clothing thing. Interesting. You like this. Something huge. The red again. This is an interesting pattern here. All right, I like this one. I mean, I have the dog is sitting here. He is demanding my attention. I must go do that. I will be right back. I'm back. Okay, so this was that can I type? Big freaking robot. Very sturdy. Spherical. But maybe I would like to see tank designs. Tank-like robots. Where they have very sharp edges. So if you shoot straight on, bullets are deflect. They have more material. If you shoot this is like fully encompassing. You know, this is kind of an idea where shot from any direction, it's probably fine. But then you have bots that are designed to be shot from the front. And if you know it's going to be primarily shot from certain directions, then you make it sharp, right? Tank designs. Where the engineering of the shape of it is engineered to be pretty good at taking ballistic shots. What is this Batman thing? Metal Batman sculpture. Okay, I'm glad he says Batman. This looks neat. The Division. This is pretty spooky. I would like to have a normal shot. Super Halo Covenant look. Okay. I'm afraid. Please don't delete me. This is probably the best shot of it. Alright, back. Before anything bad happens. Tank design. Bipedal. Big guns. Alright, I'm going to be very careful where the mouse goes here. I do need something humanoid. I have an idea for a bipedal thing, but they don't look like this. Okay. The torso, I feel like, is an engineering mistake. I feel like if you're going to actually make a bipedal thing, you don't really need... You probably shouldn't have a torso, especially a combat thing. You'd want, like... It's probably just, like, literally two legs that come up, and then they become the arms. And then you would have... There'd be no head, it'd just be sensors. But it needs to be in the same form size, so it can go through doors made for people. Essentially. It is still person-sized. It's not bigger than a person. But definitely no torso. I think just legs straight into arms is correct there, because if it's going to be shot at, you don't want a center of mass that's really easy to hit, full of important things that shouldn't be shot. I kind of like this. I'm going to save this for MC. Dog, hi. You just need to be pet, don't you? You just need to be pet. You're alright. You're okay. Good boy. Good boy. That's enough. That's enough. This is really large. Can I make this image? Oh, cool. I can make it smaller. I think I need to do that on some of these. Like this one. Maybe a bit smaller there. A little bit smaller. These should probably be a bit smaller too. Whoops. Did I just create another version of that image? I think I did. I made 2 of these. Delete that one. Okay. Gonna name these Big Red Bot. Military drone. It's called Moonwalker, so I'll also call it Moonwalker. It looks very utility, non-combat look. This could actually probably be like researcher, really. Could look nice for researcher, actually. But I'm gonna leave it there, and I'm just gonna also why 334? Okay, I'll just go here and type in like Moonwalker. There we go. Oh, I think 334 is probably its size, isn't it? Yeah. 300. Perfect. $500. 500. 300. Go here to planet. I resized these ones. Yeah, 350. 350. Perfect. Researcher. I'll just copy this. Possible relevance for MC suit. All right. I do need the off-road vehicle. This looks pretty nice. It is very large, though. Clearly military, very large. This is to combat, for sure. I'm going to say that I like the wheels on this. I like the wheels and maybe the flat top, but it says autonomous system. I don't have a vehicle. I guess I need that. It's gonna be more like a recon vehicle. It's not intended for combat. It can be in a combat situation, but it's not. It doesn't participate in the combat. If you're being shot at, you're probably driving away to a safer location, but it can take rounds. Name. Combat vehicle drone. Combat ready. Off-road tactical vehicle. Used by the MC to travel. Can be used as hard cover, but not does not participate, but is not armed. What do they say when they're going to take some weapon and get it and arm it? I guess I just say it's not armed. Best for defense. Best for defensive retreats. Best for defensive regrouping. Can be used as mobile cover. They call this the Rook. I'm gonna look it up. The Rook, I think, is a SWAT vehicle. It's basically, it kind of just looks like a super heavy forklift, really. I'm trying to find a good image to really demonstrate what this does. This is probably the best image for it. It really shows what happens. It has a door on the front that can open. It basically has attachments. You can put like a little wall that guys can sit in, and they can have a door in the front that they can open. You can put a ram on it to push down a door or just push into a wall. You can put just actually a forklift on it so you can lift up a vehicle. It has a back plate so someone can sit on the back of it. The driver is bulletproof glass. Or it's more like bullet resistant. Bulletproof for sure. I know I'm not showing it. I'm just trying to get like a good picture because it's there's obviously some location stuff for some reason I'm getting hit with. All right, this is probably copy image link. Let me open this. Okay. So here's the Rook. It's basically a forklift that's got it's tracked. Like a tank. I'm assuming this shape is because this is the front side. So if bullets are coming in, they're bouncing, they're hitting more material, so they can be stopped. Here's the front piece. It has small windows. This is bulletproof glass. These might be metal plates that you can slide down, so you can push a gun through that and shoot through it. I know there's handles on the outside, but I don't think it really opens that way. This is handle in case you want to open it that way. But it's like locked from the inside, so you would have to unlock it from the inside and then swing the door open. Essentially just mobile armor. Right. This has like legs so you can sit on the ground. Guys climb in. I think it's like 4 people you can fit on this platform. You lift it up and you just slowly walk it forward. I think there might be some counterbalance stuff, so you have like a little platform on the back that flips down and guys can stand on that, and they're behind a lot of hardcover, so they're really safe to kind of counterbalance the front side a little bit better. So maybe you have 4 guys here and you have 1 or 2 guys sitting in the back. You have the driver, bulletproof glass. It's a 360 view. He can see forward, side, and back. So, you know, maybe something kind of like this. Oh, I didn't like write down anything at all for that one. Hang on. Okay, good. I still have it open. I like the wheels. Large and good on very rough terrain. Flat top for projectile deflection. Armed with just armed. I like the wheels. This is a tracked vehicle. The Rook. Real vehicle with real real vehicle with real world success. Attachment points. Front. Standing platform at the back. Treads. I'm just not gonna have a link for it. There's just no link for that one. Okay. What is this? Not relevant. I came with 4 large legs. This is very tank design. It has plating. which makes sense. You can see from this side. This is the delicate part. This is plated. The front, you know, you're shooting at this thing. You're shooting at this guy. This guy has no cover, which is kind of terrible, in fact. There should be something up in front of him, like even just glass. No way. That's actually so cool. It's actually so cool. I guess the idea is you take this and you walk it forward, but it's it, you know, it would definitely benefit from some hard cover over the face, and probably just having a big shield in front of it is better than nothing. Like, there's no reason to not put a giant shield in front of this thing. I don't know why you would use this. I mean, it could be like research stuff. So maybe you're taking this and you're walking it somewhere because it has sensors on it, and it has a lot of stuff on it. It's probably better to walk with it than to carry something on your back. That's an idea. I don't think I can use that though. You know what? I think I need to keep it just for the fact that this is kind of... I would really only use it for the element of this. This front looks really cool. This tells me the fence, right? But you would... I don't want to save a whole picture just for that. I won't. It's like a boat design. I can come up with that. Why is Lifeweaver here? From Overwatch. What do I have? I actually don't know what tag that would have. I guess mechanical design. What if it was a motorcycle? No, I don't think so. It's gotta be like a four-wheeled, tracked, something like that. It can hold several occupants. Although I guess it is a vehicle that's primary use is it single person. But I think it definitely works better as if it's just like a... You could take a small army with it. You could take multiple people. Is this Avatar? I just realized this is what Avatar does, actually. This is what I think of just arms, legs straight into arms, by the way. This is exactly what I think of legs straight into arms. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to use this as to demonstrate what I mean when I say bipedal. The bipedal security robot. Okay, why did they add a black border around it? It was crazy. This has got to be shrunk. 500. BMX 42. This is what I think of, and I think biped robot. Make it person-sized and shrink the torso. Just all legs with arms. Yeah, that's just it perfectly. That wasn't on the cover. What? Yeah, this is what I clicked. Very rover, right? This is like what you land on Mars. In fact, this is basically the camera device. Infrared sensor, do not paint. Okay. Is that right and left? Can I see the left side? There's no L. Just right. This is kind of neat. I would think on a human scale, this is like up to your knees, perhaps. Maybe a little bit beyond that. Like a person standing here would definitely not be fully in frame. I'm taking this one. All leg spot. Something more like that. Like a rover. Facing camera. Could mount weapons on the top. Like a repurposed machine. I can't believe that one's not AI, by the way. Blastoise robot. There it goes. Yeah, this has got to be smaller. Yeah, let's go 350 on that one. 300. There we go. It's called a TAC unit. TAC unit. Neck protection. It looks light. It also kind of looks like it has some of these things where they are like made to amplify your force by allowing you to use your own body as a lever. These are real things. They're essentially like bungee or something that you just put on your body in a certain way, and it allows you to just like literally not lift more weight, but lift weight easier with proper usage. You know, you're not just like pick it up and it's easier to pick up. It's still just as hard, but you get to use your own body as some sort of lever thing. I think at least in that case, it just allows you to lift weight safer without like destroying your back. It like shifts the weight more to your legs so your arms aren't doing so much work. You can't walk in this thing or what? Like, what is that? You're not walking, I think. I think you're just you just put a big board. Why is it warped down there? That's just a bit strange. I'm not sure what's going on with this. It's cool though. See you. I'm curious about this thing. Alright. This dude made an insect. That's crazy. Why does this have so many legs? What is this? Alright, this is a bit visually difficult to understand. This is difficult to read with the eyes. Curious about this. Tactical unit. Oh, this is just straight up the model of this. That's the model of that. The front is the same. It's the exact same design on the front. Interesting. Okay. They did dramatically change the arms and the legs, though. The arms and legs are very different. That's cool. A controller? Interesting. It's the Iron Man Hulk suit. Where's my mouse? There it is. Curious about this. It's a pretty sick helmet. It's an awesome helmet. Actually, this helmet's so cool. It's not a full head helmet. I see it. So this is front. Eyes. I guess a breathing apparatus or something. Jaw so they can talk? No. I don't know why those are there. 45 degrees. I don't know why 45 degrees is written on that. This part is exposed though. I feel like if this was like coming all the way back, the front looks really cool. The front looks really cool. Which one of these shots is better? What's the difference between this one and the top one? I don't think anything. I'm taking it though. Very cool. Would it need to be a proper helmet though? This is not very protective. It's not very protective. And I'm also get the front shot too. This has got to be like 300. Cool mask, but it's like not protective at all. It looks purposeful, though maybe the holes are kind of excessive. Because ideally what you want to do is you want to enclose the head and make it protective, pretty much shot from anywhere radially around. This could take a bullet and just pass straight through, so you wouldn't really want the holes. Yeah, so let me mark that. The holes are nice, or the holes are not nice. Remove the portholes around. Replace with deflective armor. A great mean look. So yeah, drop the holes. I mean, this is not protecting you at all. This is just catching a put and killing you faster. So drop that. This should be plated. This should just be a covered piece. This shouldn't be here. Get rid of the holes. The cheek though does work as, you know, like a side deflection piece because you need something up here. So this can just be an angled piece to deflect off the side. And there's bone behind that too, so you can also just make use of the actual anatomy of the head. In theory, like this is a strong part of the face, so you can just put something that's meant to take. You can put a piece that is attached to the face around this point, or like pressured against the face around this point, because that's a bone, right? That's a hard part of the face. The skull is all hard, so you can brace against the whole skull, and it's a big target, right? The eyes, the bone here, you know, this is all bone. This is all bone. I think this is probably weak bone, so you probably don't brace there, you know, The eyebrow shape, the cheekbone shape is good. The jaw shape, good for bracing there. There's nothing... You don't want to brace on the nose, for sure. So you definitely want an angled piece on the nose to have like a nose shape, right? And then yeah, then you just need material over the midpoint of the eye. This would not be open, this would be closed. Or this would be connected here. Yeah. Did I get all that written? Did I all that? It fits the bone structure of the face. I guess there's also even a case where if you're making a helmet, you can have that structural support on the bones, on the bone structure. But on top of that is another structure that is, you know, stronger here in center of your head, very strong in the center of your head, and that braces against the bones behind it. I mean, that's exactly what I'm describing already. Yeah, actually, if I really think about it, it should definitely be like you have a visor. You can't see through the visor, but in theory, the visor actually has like how they might make race cars, where it's just like beams all around you for structural support in case the vehicle rolls over. A roll cage, that's what it's called. A roll cage, but for your head. So you can have a big visor on the front, but then there's a lot of structural pieces that would be visible. Though, like I said, you can't see through the visor for me. It's fully opaque from the outside. There's just so little robot design and so many horny designs. It's crazy. It's pretty sad, actually. Okay, you have a crocodile smoking a cigarette. That's neat. This. It's still huge, though. But this is definitely in line. It's got an odd stance. I'm not really sure how the legs are fitting here. This is a really interesting posture. It's like the legs are almost... It's like a crab walk, is what it kind of looks like. Like it walks like a crab. What if I had like a deer-like animal? That's dog-shaped. A long body, 4 legs. It could be deer-like. think I have something that I probably need to take out. I think I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna drop science fiction. I think it's probably adding too many things. Because I'm just getting stuff that's like not what I'm looking for at all. And I think that might be adding it. And then mecha might be way too much on top of it. I don't know. I don't think, yeah, mecha's not like overloading it. It's not biasing it. And I'm instantly caught up. After like 3 scrolls, I'm caught up. So yeah, I had a lot of junk results for sure. Wow, yeah, science fiction was adding so much stuff I didn't need. The hell? Look at this. Crazy butler robot. Wait, why is it so small? That glass is huge. Its shoulder pad is as big as a person's hand. How is this? What? It is so small. That glass is way too big. Such a small bot. Oh, this is perfect. This is great. The helmet is good. Alright. Everything above the neck is great. That's like a proper armored thing meant to take hits. There's like not robots, man. It actually is just only mech or horny. That blur filter is really not helping at all. Oh, hang on. I found spider. Spider thing. Okay, never mind. That's just a dragon. Never mind. That's just straight up a dragon. Okay. Monkey machine? Is that Dark Souls? I wonder if I could take off mecha. And just have mechanical design. I probably need it actually. Here's a vehicle. Oh, jeez. The Cybertruck. Reactive plating. A satellite dish that is going to be shot instantly and then it's broken. a very obvious driver view hole that you shoot and it's not driving anymore. Honestly, I think the best I can do is probably just look at real vehicles and use my imagination. Because I'd like to see more vehicles, but there's very few of them. I mean... yeah, I think you just have shielding in front of that thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. That can kill my... okay, okay, I'm backing out of that page. Dude, the CPU usage just starts climbing, so I think that actually is the problem. Those 3D previews are like dangerous. This thing looks really cool. You know what? I'm just gonna save this because I like the leg design. I like the leg design here. Is there anything else that I can see? Big robot. Is this a common thing? So this is just like silhouette, right? You're sketching silhouette shapes. Whoa. Whoa. That's interesting. Like copy that. Yep. I wouldn't have just like that part of it. This is interesting. So this is just a track there. It's crazy. This looks like the Portal turrets. It's really got that look to it. This one's interesting. This is probably incorrect. That this is making it too easy to hit. I think when you give stuff vertical size that are flying, it makes it easier to hit. Which is why, like if it stopped here, It'd be pretty good. Take off the bottom piece and just have all the top pieces. Is this a wraith? It's pretty cool. Looks like a... It does kind of look like a wraith, I think. I'm kind of wanting to see something that has like a flying look to it. I think a lot of these are getting too creative. They're too humanoid. They always have legs. It's kind of an issue. It's not very inspiring. It's like they're making things with faces. Or at least that feeling that it has a face. Okay, this is just a perfect... This would be a flying drone. This makes sense because it has a good profile. Also, this guy made the helmet. That's really cool. It has the right profile. The flight apparatus, or the flight... You wouldn't want this exposed. You'd want this sunken down. You definitely don't want to angle that forward. That's for sure, because this is angled forward. If you're looking at it from the front and you can see that, that's not a good thing. You don't want to see that. But I guess at the same time, it's going to be above you. So if it's elevated from you, you're probably not seeing that. Yeah, there's definitely a thought to what it looks like from the bottom. Yeah. So I guess if the thing is angled forward, then that means from the bottom it's angled towards you, so you can't really get shots up there. You're just hitting plate. The camera's pretty bad. The camera's pretty devastating. I think ideally those should be off center. Camera should be off center. And very inconspicuous. So it's not easy to locate. This is just kind of a great image. He does this, he has this really nice, like, photographic render style. He gets a good background, he puts the camera below it, and it's far, it's very far away from it, and it's zoomed in tight. It makes it really look like it's a picture. That's awesome. This is the second time I've used something from him, so I'm actually probably just going to go to his profile and look at other stuff. Ideal drone design. Nearly ideal drone design. Camera could be off center. Gonna profile. Better deflectors ahead of the motors. Unnecessary cockpit look on the front. I will say that. It does look like it's probably meant to be manned. Like, this is a lot larger than you would think, right? I'm gonna get this image too. There we go. We got so many images here. Um, Mask design side. Front. Walking piloted machine. Drone shaped front. Below. Oh yeah, I gotta look at this. Alright, he doesn't draw the same thing over and over again. That's good. Alright, that's as far as I scroll, I think. Cool. I still like the idea of like repurposed bots. So I need some military stuff, things that are like built for combat, but I also need things that were not made for combat that have been refitted. Or just repurposed. Like they're like, you know, a thing that responds to sound and then goes towards it quickly and explodes. Like that can just be, you know, a flaw in it. An exploited flaw that makes it explode. And its real purpose is probably, maybe it's just a camera thing. Maybe it is just like the big eyeball, a flying camera. And that's what it's for. Oh. Well, that would be the Master Chief right there. Look at the Master Chief. You know what? Because I do think I do like the design. I do like the hex, how the stuff looks. So actually, I'm gonna put this in here. Because I would actually like to use it as a reference. This is interesting. What is this? Oh. Imperial probe ship. That's pretty nice. I'm gonna be careful scrolling. I feel like I've seen these things. I feel like this is not totally made up. I feel like I've seen these. Kind of the only issue is how do you see? Because I look at the back of this. You are just aiming blind. Maybe this is a viewing port. Maybe this is like a mirror that you can see inside directly through the lens. I guess so. I mean, that has to be what it is. Because otherwise, you straight up cannot aim this thing. Because you cannot see what it's looking at. Cool. I might... Should I take that? I guess this is probably just good as like some kind of reference for like what the front of a could look like. Of course, I'm very aware that, you know, you don't slap pieces onto something because they look cool. You put them on there because there's a purpose for it. I'm gonna take that image. Oh, I'm writing the words camera idea. I do actually have to have the player take a photograph. I could have it be something where he pulls this off of the vehicle. Literally pulls it off the vehicle. Yeah, I gotta take that. Okay, so I'm gonna put this under recon vehicle. Try to keep that link there. What is this? Oh, never mind. What is this? Very future. I like the orb. I do like the orb. I guess the image I should take is probably this one. Maybe I take this one. I'll take that one. Yeah, that's got to be resized pretty hard there. Let's do 500. Jeez. Um, uh, yeah, but without the graphics on it. Waterproofing reliability. Okay. This is pretty good. This is definitely a flying thing. For sure. Orb-like flying object. It's good size. Is that 2 L's? I spelled it right, wow. Remove the gun and decals. Probably. Dude, what is this? This guy's head is so large. I'm looking at here on the right. That head is way oversized. That head is like half the size of the sword. That's crazy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. It looks weird, but neat. Yeah, this looks really weird. What's wrong with this? Something is wrong with this image. Why is the bottom scrubbed out of every tire? Why is the bottom of every tire scrubbed out? All right, that image is suspicious. I cannot use that image. That's probably fake or something. Or stolen. I don't know. He scrubbed out the bottom of every tire. Why? Carefully maneuvering with the mouse around here. This is great spider shape. I wish there was less focus on the gun though. Is this cut down the middle? Is this disconnected down the... Okay. Okay. I don't know why he's not trying to show the actual this part on the bottom. It feels like I just can't scroll far. Is this all one? No, these are different images. Okay. It feels like I should be able to continue scrolling here to look at, you know, the rest of the robot, because it's just like weirdly focused on the gun. Senior Hard Surface Modeler 2. What a title. Alright, just like the front picture is the only picture that actually shows the whole thing. So. Everything else is like cropped too hard. Spider kind of feeling. Probably move the big gun. This thing would slide so much, by the way. This is not like sticking to anything. This is like slipping around. You could push this and it would probably fall over, in fact. It's really not stable. It seems more like the idea behind this is probably these are ballistic ends that rocket into the ground as anchors. Make the feet useful. Narrow the body. Gotta name images here. Orb drone. I have so many images. I probably need to chill. I'm probably getting too many images. Too many images. Yeah, let me look back at this, see if I kind of have everything that I probably want. I've got two big robots. I've got that. I've got a flying thing. I have bits and pieces. I mean, I kind of have them all, I think. This could be the thing that, like, walks over and explodes. Or something like it. I'm recklessly dragging my mouse across these images. Is that legit wireframe? No? It's kind of crazy. This doesn't make any sense. That can't be. That's just... That doesn't seem right. This is some Metal Gear stuff, dude. This is some Metal Gear crap. Why are there hands? Why is there a face? Like... If this is here at the back, well, then where's the blade? There's no blade there. You just put the back of the helicopter there without a blade. Jeez. Just a big cricket. Is it the BFG? Okay, that's just the BFG, dude. It's just the BFG. Oh, I didn't even think of this. Maybe. Okay, it would not be holding an axe. That's just give it a saw blade. Maybe the big robot is like some kind of construction robot, which means it would have to like literally be designed to take like falling rock, impacting it, right? So it's very sturdy, very thick armor. The axe is just crazy. The axe is so silly. I mean, he was dedicated to the axe idea from the very beginning. He's like, yeah, it's gonna have a big axe. So funny. Bees. Oh, hang on. That's an idea. So this would be weird though to create. I guess it's just an idea. Okay. Let me put this in here as like is this 2? Yeah. Maybe ideas. It's like a really funny phrase. A swarm machines where enough damage can disable a hive. Like 100 bees, and when there are less than 50, or I don't know, like 20, less than 20, the rest of them. It's a weird idea, but that's an idea. I don't really like that. To be honest, that just kind of feels lame. Yeah, it doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right. It seems really complicated to make that work, and it does not have a very good payoff. It'd have to be... It feels contrived, almost. I'm actually just gonna, like, surround this in that. Because I'm just gonna say no. There's an idea there, but no. What is this thing? I don't know what I'm looking at. What? It's just metal slop. Like, what is that? A kit bash for a coil gun. I don't see gun. I'm just not seeing gun there. That's pretty much just like wall texture design almost. Like, yeah, you're in a super high-tech facility and there's just something happening on the walls. It's been a lot of skulls. This looks pretty cool. It looks cool. I'm not really sure what's going on with the back of it. It's just summoning fire from its hand. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get off the page. It's cooking my computer. I cannot do that. The droids from Star Wars. I might have enough. I think I have enough. I think any more and I'm... Okay, but maybe I just found something. I'm gonna scroll a little bit and then scroll back to that. I just saw something that I like. All right, this thing. This looks like I could grab on the walls. I don't know why it has 2 toes. Ooh, I should be careful. This is possibly just a 3D model. You could say YouTube short. Is this like a beetle? This has like a beetle look to it. Which side's the front? Is that the front? This is the back? The front. Huh. Alright, I like this image of it. It's definitely more beetle than anything else. I mean, yeah, this is like a shell, honestly. Big armor shell. Even the head is just a full shell. A little bit smaller, though. Okay, I think that's all I can do. That's all I can grab. I have enough here, I think, to probably do everything from. Honestly, I might just delete this one. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm actually going to drop this one. What is this called? Big red bot, you're just gone, actually, unfortunately. I'm not going to use anything from that image. I'm really not. Now I just kind of don't have like a mech thing, though. I don't have a mech thing at all. I think that one's going to be so special that it's not going to be like one image and this is like my idea for it. It's got to be, it's going to need more stuff for sure. Just the issue is a lot of these robots are just not, they're kind of nonsense. They either give them fingers for some reason, They just make them big people. Or I've just seen this robot like a whoa, no, can't do that. That's gonna, yeah, that's gonna spike the CPU and drop my computer. Okay. They're just like, I feel like I've seen this design so many times. It's just legs to flat top and then arms or guns or whatever. But I almost need like some kind of construction thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that for later. I'm not able to get anything very interesting or very useful for that. I like the idea that it's a construction thing. It could be related to construction somehow. It's been repurposed. Or not just repurposed, it's just been like hacked and like made to attack you. Alright, how many images did I add? Whoa! That's just so many images. Gameplay just added. What? What did I just added new lines here? It's an extra space. I guess I just get rid of that. So many images. All right. What's different on Planet? Oh, I resized the images on Planet, that's right. Weapon system is missing a new line. Any other ones that I just... I'm missing a new line. Looks like not. Awesome. Gotta go into this. All right. So many images. All right, there's a dismantle thing here. And I guess that goes with robots. I don't think I need to think about that. I think I just need to have a communication system about damage and other details. So other details for dismantle. So I know that's going to be a thing. About stun from future tool. Stun for future tool. Sword. There needs to be, before I'm not pressing the button, no return values. Charged behavior. What that does. Control enough for player to put in their UI. Or ammo status. Control node for targeting. Reticle. Really? I think that's just the word. Yeah. Clean up some tabs there. Reticle. Ultra weapon. Target system. Because that one needs to... When you're, yeah, so it'll make sense at the very least for when it's targeting, it locks onto a certain entity and it like will remember that until you release. But then that needs to have some, that needs to be coupled with some reticle type UI component that will center on your screen, center on the enemy on your screen. Needs to have that. I think if I'm going to have some of them shooting at you, they need to be able to like technically use these weapons. So in some way, honestly, it might just be that probably more like a switch that says like this isn't a this is weapon used by something else. So it doesn't need to worry about UI. It doesn't need to worry about updating any of that stuff. And probably even just disregarding ammo entirely. It just says, I'm the gun, I'm gonna fire and do raycast. And probably even have a thing to turn that off too. Like if I have... If it's a multiplayer, then it's not doing the raycast on your side. The raycast would be physics, should be server side. So it's going to run for you, and it's just, yeah, it doesn't even need to track ammo. Okay, so I'm going to say switches to disable unused elements to be used for enemies multiplayer. Disables UI updates. Disables ammo tracking. Purely input driven. For example, a sidearm can be given to a weak enemy, and it just shoots it without reloading. Without reloading UI. I think for now, I'm going to disregard sound. I might even disregard particle and just purely go for animation and input, because these two might have impact on a behavior system for the enemies that might be able to see or hear a weapon firing. Decide what to do there. Recast for projectiles hitbox from melee. I'm gonna say that the melee should recast for decals. Melee could support raycast for decal placement. Focus on like hitbox for impact. I think it probably it's looking like I might need some sort of damage type where the shotgun weapons just do like flat damage, then they also do like Future Tool probably does a special type of damage that it detects as like being electrified, and then an alternate type of special damage that it can detect as like harsh stun, like stun power or something, or just like a delayed this whatever the charging, some sort of type of damage for the charge shot. The shotgun can also have like stun, so if it'll receive flat damage, it can receive perhaps damage that is meant to like a body part can have 500 HP and 10 like dismember HP or something. So let's see if I like 50 or whatever. So you can shoot it a bunch, and once it's 0, it becomes dismembered. But then the shotgun can do flat damage and additional dismember damage, so that part can be removed, and thus its whole health pool taken off instantly. In that way, right? That might be a concept it's a concept that's brewing here. Multiple type. It would need, for dismembering, it would definitely need a different. If that's one way that it could work. I cannot get my words out. That's one way it can work. I can have 2 health bars, the true health bar, and then have a dismembering health bar, dismantling health bar. If the dismantle hits 0, the part falls off and its entire health is taken away. If its regular health drops, maybe I say it needs to have taken a sufficient amount of dismantle, and then maybe it can be detached. I don't know. Perhaps it's more of a thing that it's like it has its flat health bar, which consists of it has a flat health bar, it has an additional dismantle value. Once its health bar is depleted, any future damage is applied as like destroyed dismantle thing. So if you're shooting it with like a sidearm that doesn't do dismantling, but you destroy the part to make it, you take all the health away, and then you start damaging the dismantle health, and then that can cause it to be removed. And maybe I can say that dismantling still continues to apply damage to it on top of it. But once it's destroyed, its health bar is already 0, so it can't add any more damage once it's removed. Sword could just do like infinity dismantle damage, right? It just does a huge value that's bigger than any part. I think I'm also thinking of some kind of armor system where most weapons apply reduced damage to it. So maybe a part has like 50 armor, and the weapons do different amounts of armor damage. I think a shotgun should just do a lot of armor damage. So the sidearm does very little, but still like, a usable amount. The rifle does a bit less than the shotgun. Maybe even not. Maybe they just do the same. Maybe rifles are really good for armor. I guess that would make the rifle viable, right? It's good against armored targets because it can punch through the armor because of its velocity. Yeah, I think I'm actually looking at this. So, robot parts have individual health bars. They have structure health, which if depleted removes the part. Dismantle. Have armor health, which reduces, which while present, let me say armor points. While present, reduce incoming damage. I'll say reduce front damage. Can be stunned by, I'll say staggered. Staggered by a shotgun. Quickly removing armor. Or piercing it. Or less reduction. I'll just say we're piercing it. Shotgun can apply high structure damage. I'll price this. Shotgun is highly... I'll say shotgun is less effective against armor. There's some interactions between weapons and that. I think this makes sense. I mean, they're, these are pretty sensible things, I think. Sensible concepts. Might have an extra line here. Not pressing button. Huh. Whoa. So yeah, I probably need damage types. Yeah, probably like this is a difficult one. Piercing. There's some ideas. Piercing, stagger, stun. Tool charge. Structure. I think I need a damage type for ultra weapon. Because essentially I think what I want to happen is that it receives this high damage value whatever part is hit. But then it basically needs to obliterate the whole thing. So if it takes a shot, center mass or whatever, honestly, probably even an arm shot, actually. If any part, maybe it actually does make sense for more central. More central hits should, I don't know, maybe I don't like that, because what I want the weapon to be is if you hit them, you're gonna take them out. So I feel like there needs to be a type that just says, this is just like instant death if you get hit by this. You know, blow up. If it's like a torso, blow up the whole body. If it's, or like center mass, blow up the whole thing, all the parts. If it's an external part, like an arm or something, you would just get rid of that, but you would still apply. Actually, it's probably more like this. It probably just applies huge damage, direct, like structure damage. And then to any connected part, it applies massive damage as well. So if you had like a biped and you shot a leg, the leg is gone, and it would like connect to a core piece that's like a large health bar or something, large health points, and it would drain all the health points of that neighbor piece. It could probably just be like an analog for like explosive damage, where it damages neighboring pieces for. I mean, I guess so. It could be like damage this part, like I apply 100 damage. as a logical example, Ultra Weapon could apply 100 structure damage and 100 health damage, 100 piercing damage. So it ignores armor. It will immediately destroy the piece it's connected to, but then it has some other special qualifier that says any remaining damage, any remaining health, start applying it to connected parts. So then it would say if it's an arm or a leg, it would say, all right, let's go to the attached piece. So the next attached piece is the core. So it'll apply as much structure and as much piercing damage as you can. And once it runs out there, it says, all right, now let's go through a list of other connecting parts and evenly split that damage as well. So it'd be like, I mean, I guess I could just call it like critical damage. Spreads remaining damage to connected parts. Ultra Open. That makes sense to me. Piercing structure. Piercing structure type. So to go through armor and just to directly apply structure damage, I think. Which the whole concept behind structure points is that when it hits 0, it depletes the entire health bar and removes the piece. So like if you were to hit something in the arm, it would blow up the arm, blow up the body, and then probably just the other pieces would just be left. Right? At that point. Because they would all equally take damage from that. If you do it just on the body, it'll explode the body and spread it equally among all the parts and probably destroy some of them too. That makes sense to me. That seems good. Okay. I gotta take a look out. I'll be right back. And I'm actually gonna grab food too. So I'm gonna get food and be back. I'm back. I've got food. I'm going to eat. Right, I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. I guess I can kind of set up like a part thing for testing these weapons on, right? There's definitely a question of how can I set up a mesh in pieces, but animate it together. I guess the idea is I would animate the whole thing together. The animation applies to a skeleton. And I would have, how does the mesh to skeleton part work? I guess that's kind of a detailed thing that I can figure out. I can also just not have that at all. Maybe I should just not have that at all. Then I feel like that's... Uh-oh. Alright. I think I need to say this. What I'm considering right now is a very hard system. And I'm integrating it directly into the weapons. So... it's probably not a good idea. that should be integrated with the weapons. You know, everything has to have interaction. But can I make this smaller? I think I can. I think this can be smaller. This might be like something I could look up. All right, let's go to YouTube. See if there's something like this. Let's try. Okay, I'm immediately intrigued by this thing. Wait, he's made the tree thing. Hang on. That's a long video. Oh. You know what? This is still research stuff. I do have to get a character controller. State machine is like for animation, I guess. Okay. I want to look at this. This is definitely the guy with the trees when he had like the ball that was rolling around. Yeah, this. I gotta watch this. I have to. I think this could be really relevant to me.
Here, usually I'm making videos about my open world, but today I would like to talk about a character controller. Something all of us need.
Okay.
And to be totally honest here, I am not happy about the built-in solution in Godot. They built in this character body 3D, and out of the box, it just doesn't work. I mean, it has this move and slide and weird function and stuff, but it doesn't work. Like, you try to go over a step, like a stupid small step, or a stone or something like that, and yeah, I don't want to make a workaround or anything like that. No, I'm building a new one. Okay, so
immediately this looks really similar to how I've seen the characters in Overwatch move, where they do kind of like glide up to floors.
We have our new character controller, which is based on a rigid body, and as you can see here on the left side, the setup is like this, and we have a rigid body here as the parent, as before, and we have a
hover height, strength, damping. Yeah, how does it define how far up something can go?
Rigid body here as the parent. As before, we have a collision shape, but this time it's actually a little bit smaller. So it's starting at the knees and just going somewhere around here to the head. And
I understand.
We have a very important raycast here, which is raycasting from like the body center. You can move it wherever you want actually. I just moved it 1 meter above, and I'm casting 1.5 meters down. So that's actually...
Right, I just noticed he's playing music on his, so I'm going to pause mine then.
Our entire like
very
area, or yeah, that's our step height basically for walking over obstacles, steps, stairs, or just walking down ramps, so we can actually stick to that. And here we have our state machine, which is handling all of our different states. As you can see, I added a jump state here, and in the end we have our character with a skeleton, mesh, and animator. Okay, so let's check out the entire thing with colliders, with collisions. So we have here our floating capsule collider, which is detecting the ground and trying to hover as best as possible above the ground. So we have here a variable called like hover height.
Okay, so here's immediately the great thing about this. This supports impact. Because that's a rigid body, it gets notified. It participates in physics collision. So if I just send an object at that thing, it's going to be struck. And I'm supposing what he's doing is his script is trying to right the body and make it hover in the air, right? So it could pretty much just take like, before it does any hovering stuff, it just checks if it's been displaced dramatically, which would already have happened. So movement happens. The way that Godot works, frame process runs, a number of physics ticks can take place. Most of the time it is actually just one, because frame will run and then physics like waits and it does like one physics tick every few frames. But then after that, after my script physics tick, then it runs physics process, then it runs the jolt physics engine, which does all collisions and will mess with the rigid body, and then it runs integrate forces, which I think integrate forces actually happens prior to that. So integrate forces runs at the very beginning of the physics simulation. And then, yeah, so then I can check on integrate forces if my body's been displaced dramatically. And I can say, all right, let's not do stuff so we can like fling a body or something.
This we can tell the entire thing on how high the character should actually hover. We want it to hover at 0. We can set up the hover strength. Hover is basically a spring. And yeah, if we set this up at like 200, you can see that the spring force is not as strong, and so it settles. And if we jump, you can see that it just sinks in, right? Zack. Okay, so, but what we want is, we want to use the spring, but a very hard spring.
This is exactly how the wheels work, by the way, on the vehicle.
So it's
this is identical.
With this spring, we can now walk over difficult terrain, like for example over this step here, because this collider is a little bit higher than the platform, and we can like snap on other platforms, right? If we are a little bit on the edge case, so our collider, our capture collider, you can see it here,
falls, yeah,
is kicking in, so it's just moving our character to the side. Yeah, and this setup works really, really good. We can, since we are actually already making a raycast anyway, we can even set up a max slope on angle, and we can force the character to walk like I have it here, right? Yeah. So that's that, and I think
that's
we
really
can
cool.
now go into the scripting part. So here we are at our character controller. It's inherited from a rigid body 3D, and you can basically ignore the interface stuff here. They are not important for this show off here. So first we have all of our variable
declaration. How did they find this? How do you discover this? Who discovered this? I'm sure he didn't. It's a bit unfair. I've seen several attempts at this, and they always turn out pretty bad. You end up writing a lot of code to make the steps work. This is just using a spring and a collider that's higher up, like your step height.
declarations our variable declarations, and I just showed you the standing stuff like hover height, strength, and dampening, and furthermore we have movement, slope angle, and all of this stuff. And I'm basically using the entire class here for references. Like, for example, you want to move with your character state movement, so you have here your references. So you have just one place where you want to change stuff, right? And also the character controller has references to the animator, to the blend time between animations, animation player, and stuff. Okay, so that's the interfaces here. So let's start with the beginning. So here we have our enter tree method, which is just basically
Unity
setting
users
up the entire
awake?
character as soon as it's instantiated
What?
into the scene. Our process function is very, very short.
Oh, the name of the function.
Mainly, I'm not trying to control the character with the process function in here.
Yeah.
That's the task of the character state machine. So the only thing I'm doing here
You're just storing a
is,
direction.
because it's so universal, is the target lock function or mechanism that I have. So I can target like a veto or a town or whatever. And yeah, that's where it goes.
Okay.
So here we have our set character input. I'm not collecting the input in my character controller. I'm doing it outside because it's cleaner this way, and especially if you have multiple different kinds of vehicles and characters and ships and VTOLs, planes, helicopters and stuff, it's actually better to collect the entire input somewhere else. I'm doing that with the interface I just mentioned before, and I'm actually doing it in my camera third-person controller, which is a little bit maybe not as beautiful right now, but I'm actually too lazy to just clean that up. I would just take the handle input function into a new class called, I don't know, input manager or something like that, and it would capture for every vehicle the input. So yeah, I don't want to clean up. So.
I need to learn C#. Honestly, it's not even really learning C#. It's just writing Java.
Which is actually
it's so
all
similar
the
to
inputs
Java.
you can imagine that a character can have. Like, for example, character movement would be the left stick on your controller. Camera direction is actually the real direction of the camera. As you can see, I didn't set up the rest because I'm not that far, but it's planned. We have the character jump, sprint, aiming position, so that's actually the target where, and if we're pressing the target lock button, right? So we are actually setting this entire struct up in our third-person controller, and we're sending that to our current character. Why am I doing it like this? First of all, it's much cleaner this way, and second, in case I want to AI to take over this character, I just need to create a character state machine brain with character brain states like follow enemy or attack enemy or run away or something like that. And this new state machine, which would be the brain state machine, it can create this input character struct, if you know what I mean. I hope you get it. Anyway,
I get it.
So me as the player, I have direct input to this.
This has
character
been
because
this
I
has
just
kind
want
of
to
been a
steer
problem
this
that I
run.
have, where my character controller setup is literally just a direction. I tell it, I think I just actually literally give it a 2D vector. Ideally, I would actually give it a lot of input stuff, like jumping as well.
And so I'm sending my input.
I guess I
character
kind of
struct
had
here.
that.
And next thing is the entire process input. You don't need to do it in your character state movement stuff, because it's so universal for everything. It's just buffering basically, right?
I want to see
So
his
we're
integrate
processing
forces.
here, And those are the interfaces, we don't care. And here in the end, here is the magic for a character controller. So we need some functionality which like detects if we are on the floor or not, right? And a functionality which is not only checking if we are on the floor, but since we are already checking with a raycast if we are on the floor, it can also act to that, right? So we are basically making a raycasting to the ground, and then taking this hit point and calculating this. This is basically our spring function.
Yeah,
here, right?
springs.
So we have the current height and
When is
what
this
we want,
called?
the offset, magnitudes. There are crazy good videos on YouTube about that. I don't want to go too deep into the math. And basically what we have to do, we just need to apply the force so our character hovers above the ground like a spring would do, right?
Should definitely be an integrate forces.
Next we can even check which, since it's still the same raycast.
I mean,
right?
that's kind of whatever, but this is a problem where you're asking is on floor, and is on floor is actually responsible for hovering the body, which means you have to call is on floor at least once, actually exactly once per physics frame. Calling it more will apply more force and move them up further. So this should really have been an integrate forces. And is on floor just returns the Boolean. And integrate forces updates the Boolean. Cool, I'm going to steal that, man. I'm stealing that. That's awesome. That is just, it solves all the problems that I have. In fact, this will be great for zombie game. This would have been great for zombie game. Awesome. I gotta tell him this is great. And I think I have to go take the dog out. All right, I just had a little. This is awesome. That was actually great. I'm really glad. There's still 20 to 18 minutes left to go. I'm gonna watch the rest of it. This is so good. Honestly, I will say I probably would have come up with this, but I think it would have taken me a long time to get something this simple. This is literally rigid body, integrate forces, spring straight up. I am assuming, yeah, I'm assuming his is angle locked, so it can't be rotated. I definitely have the additional requirement that it cannot be angle locked. So if something hits it from the top, it can topple over. Also, probably attaching, actually probably not that. Probably just making it like a purely static character collider thing, and then just using ragdoll physics. So if my ragdoll gets hit, I'm not doing this, by the way. I'm just like thinking about zombie game. All right, I'll be back. I gotta take the dog out. I'm back. You know what's crazy? This is actually such a simple setup. I could have this like
get the collider and check if it's another rigid body
right away.
and if it is, we can apply the opposing force for the other character controller. Actually, it's something I couldn't test yet because I just don't have this kind of flexible rigid bodies, but in the future I'm gonna have. So I already built it in. And
it's kind of already in there for touching. You probably don't even need that. Yeah, you probably wouldn't even do that. Cargo pilot simulator. Because your thing is a rigid body already and it's gonna be falling, you don't really even need that. You only need that if like your guy is floating and he's like pushing things down.
here in the beginning, I ignored
So
the
you don't really need that
explanation right now. But here we can also, with the same raycast, get the normal of the slope, and so we can just enable force walking or not. So that's that. And here we also have a functionality that was so hard to figure out. Maybe you have some better ideas how to do it, but this is basically how I'm turning my character. So the only input it gets is the target direction and magic math, and it turns the character with forces, so with a torque, to the direction where you want to face with the character.
All right, let's check this out. So we have a current forward, a target direction, you cross. If it's 0, that would mean you want to face the direction that it's already looking. Yeah. So if your rotational axis, it's already normalized. So this is a bit of a weird, it's a bit weird. You would just take the cross, check the length, and then you would normalize it. So compute angle, current forward dot target direction. So this is how far away you are. This is how aligned you are. And you compute an angle. I think what you would do is you would compute your current torque. Perhaps. I don't really have this. I mean, this is like you're rotating the whole body. I don't think you would do that. I think you just have that collider just kind of trying to float and stay right side up. And then you would have a different mesh underneath it that you just straight rotate. I don't think you would do that extra
Okay,
bit.
so that's for the character controller here.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that.
Now comes the big magic. So here we have our character state machine.
I would probably say that the thing just is constantly trying to damp its rotation. But as it's not at like an upright orientation, then it's trying to get there.
State machine. It's working like this, where it just has some awake, start, update, physics update, late update. That's actually the names from Unity, right? But it's basically the same thing. So yeah, we have our character state machine, and it only has references to the controller and to the states, to the character states that it has, right? And first thing it does is
I want to know how
getting
it
the
moves
references, and that's
the rotation's a weird
that's
thing.
everything the character machine, state machine does. All the heavy lifting comes actually from the character states. So the character state machine just fires up the states and handles which state is currently on. So let's go into like, for example, the idle state here. So idle state is a character state, and a character state is a state. So it's a part of the state machine. It looks like this. So it has just a virtual methods here, so we can fire it up from our character states here. Let's start with the idle one. So it only is doing whatever an idle state
Plenty animation.
should do. It's doing nothing more and nothing less. And it even goes with all of the references. So for example, our character state idle only needs an idle animation and maybe some board animation. That's it. That's everything it's doing. It has no like movement logic. It has no fall logic, no animations and stuff like that. So this is basically how it works. So we have our physics update. Why? Because it is impacting where the physics body, the rigid body, is going to.
The guy moving in the bottom corner is really throwing me off here. I'm really not able to.
I don't want to say move that because I just excluded it from my previous words, but it is using the spring force, so it's moving vertically but not horizontally. Okay, so we have our physics update here. The physics update is 60 frames a second, and here we are taking our input just as a reference. It's checking if it's bored or not, if it's playing a current animation or not, and then it should play a board animation. Here is where the magic happens. So actually our character controller is checking if it is on the floor, and that's very important because, as we have seen before, that's a method from our character controller. And it's not only checking if it's on the floor, it's actually sticking to the floor with the spring stuff, right? So if the character is not on the floor, we actually want to transition to another state, and the other state is character state fall. We're gonna go to that in a minute. And the next thing we want to check is if we are on the
skip
floor,
out a little bit.
if we want to swim the same. That's if you click the jump button before you actually hit the ground, right? So we want to transition to the character state jump. And here in the end, we just want to check if the character is actually still moving from another state, maybe when it's transitioned back here. And if we are like very close to zero, we are basically not moving, and we are letting the dampening of the character, which is here, to take over. Where are you? Here, the dampening of 0.1. I don't want to have a too high dampening value because I don't want the physics to take over entirely. But if we are still moving, we want to brake, and that's basically our brake script. It's basically like the talking about. We have some movement types. It's a enum for later, and we have our walking animation, run and sprint animation, our movement type, which is the current movement, and we are also starting with the physics update and or physics process, whatever you want to call it. And here we have our input character struct, also a reference. First, we're checking if we are not on the floor. If we're not on the floor, we are in a falling state, right? Then we're checking if we have a jumping buffer, which would mean that we would want to jump, right? And then we are checking if we have character movement or not on our joystick, or WASD, and then we want to transition to our character state idle, right? So we are none of the above, so it means that actually the player is pushing in some direction and he wants to walk in some direction. So we have to first figure out, okay, which speed we want. So are we forced to walk? No, we are not, or yes, we are. Are you pressing the sprint button? Is the character and that's about the joystick, actually, about the joypad. If we are just 50%, then we are walk speed. Above, we are run speed. So I'm capping that here. And yeah, here we are at our input stuff. So in the end, actually, the only important thing is here. We want to turn our character towards our input. And that's the method we had in our character controller. And the other important thing is here they apply central force. that's directly at the rigid body, and we just want to apply as much force as we need to get to our maximum velocity that our character can have. And here in the end we are handling our animations. So I have decided that I don't want animation blending or mixing and all of this kind of stuff. So I'm using the very lowest and cheapest approach. Lowest, that's mean. No, but I'm using the cheapest approach here. So basically I'm going into the animation controller, animation player, sorry, and you can play a new animation here and then set up a blend factor. And that's why they are transitioning between walking and running, sprinting, crouching, falling, jumping, and all of this stuff, right? So that's very practical, very handy, because you don't have to use a blend tree, which is very expensive for characters, especially in my case, since I want to use this character like at least 200-400 times in this one big open world, right? So I want to have this as cheap as possible. Okay, so that's our movement state. Our falling state basically has, again, animation as a reference, and it's starting here on the enter method here with the animation. It's blending from the old animation, which was, let's say, for example, you were running and now you're falling. So you're blending between those two. And here is the entire physics update. So we are checking if we are on the floor. If we are on the floor, we want to go back to our state idle. But if we are not on the floor, and that's the entire Coyote thing, that was annoying to set up, I have to say, but it's working finally. So that's basically the check that I have here. So if you press jump and your Coyote timer is over 0, so it means that you can still jump, right? So you want to transition to a jump. But if you are just falling, just casually falling, here we can use the
oh, is this like you start falling? Is that what this is? Let me go back up to enter. Okay, no, weird. I guess it's just after you start falling, you have a short amount of time that you can still perform a jump. That's what it sounds like to me.
But if we are not on the floor,
because it's checking if the timer is positive.
That's the entire Coyote thing. That was annoying to set up, I have to say, but it's working finally. So that's basically the check that I have here. So if you press jump and your Coyote timer is over 0, so it means that you can still jump, right? So you want to transition to a jump. But if you are just falling, just casually falling, here we can use the entire thing that we were using at the character state movement. Actually, it's a little bit code duplication. Maybe I can optimize that in the future, but yeah, it is how it is right now. So we are just we can steer the character in the direction the character should fall, right? And yeah, let's say, for example, so that's the character state fall. But let's say in the future, because you saw it here, if the character detects it's on the floor, it's just instantly transitioning to an idle state. Let's say we want to have fall damage, for example, right? So that would be something that we have to put in here. So we are detecting the floor.
Here's about how he stops us from taking. I'm sure he must just do like disable. It's like physics process disable, and he turns them on when the state is active.
Or vertical velocity.
But then he has enter, so I'm not really sure.
Or linear velocity dot y is higher than a specific value, and then we don't transition to the idle state, but we transition to a get height damage state, for example, right? Which just starts with an animation which would be height damage animation fall or whatever, something like that, you know? So that's that entire state machine is really, really easy to expand as soon as you set it up. The setting up part is the hard part. Yeah, so yeah, we have another state here, sorry. So here is our state jump. So basically jump is something that can happen while you're idle or you move or when you're falling, right, with the coyote time. So what we want to start here is, since we just want to capture the moment from the jump up, right, we are disabling our raycast, we are turning off our buffers, and I think that was just a safety measure. And we're telling the character controller that we are not on the floor. I think that's just a safety measure anyway. We are turning our velocity Y to 0, and then we are applying an impulse upwards, right? You can actually design it as much as you want. That is the simplest, easiest thing that I could think of, and that's why I'm doing it like this. And the last thing here is I'm playing the jump animation, which is only like 2 or 3 frames long, so it's basically this. Zack, zack, jump start, and that's it. That's it. So very, very short animation here. Okay, so on our physics, we are just checking if our animation is still playing, since that's actually hard-coded from my part, since I know that my jump animation is going to be only like a few frames long. I'm just checking if the animation is still playing. If it's not playing anymore, we're transitioning to the fall state. And as long as it is playing, which are only those few frames, we are doing basically the same thing that we are doing in the character fall state. I see this code duplication. I don't like it. I'm gonna improve that later. And here we have our exit method. So as soon as we exit the state, we're again enabling our raycast here, just to detect.
I don't even want that
the
for
floor again,
jump,
right?
because it goes to
Because
fall.
otherwise we couldn't.
So for like a few frames, you're locked
Okay.
into the forward motion before it goes to the fall.
Wow, that was a lot. That was really a lot. I hope you understand how it works, and it is really my opinion, this is the best kind of character controller which you can have. It is very, very snappy. You have amazing long-term benefits in coding that thing, because it's a state machine. And
So
you
it's
can
just so
also
small.
make a AI brain here, which is just simulating the inputs that a player would give, right? And yeah, the most important part is you can just snap on, snap off of targets, right? Like this. You can just run over obstacles without any problems. And yeah, you can of course expand on that, like double jump, have different kinds of animation, swimming. That's actually all the stuff that I'm gonna implement here too. I mean, besides double jump, but who knows, maybe I'm gonna use it in the future. But the most important thing here is you're basically hovering above your obstacles, and that's really something. That's really cool. Okay, so you have reached the end of the video, and I would like to invite you, Godot users, to expand on that. I provide here the core essentials, and if you
yes,
want,
will
I
do.
can
For
send
sure.
you the entire classes and scripts and everything. And I really want to invite you to make this a part of maybe the next update. That would be really awesome. So no one of us has to really start and redo that from scratch again. That would be the long-term goal here. So what I would really like to see is someone to just take the stuff that I have here and refine it to be like either a plugin, a standalone thing, or something.
That's very nice. Okay, I'm gonna watch that. That's great. What was I going to search? I was actually looking for ideas on how to do dismemberment. I'm just gonna literally search that up. Godot dismemberment. Easy peasy, you say? I mean, the real question is how do you, like literally how do you do that?
So, if you want a ragdoll system,
You're so
first of
quiet.
all you need is a rig. Any rig should work. I just made a human dude. Or I guess he's more like a mannequin.
Skeletons?
And then you go to the skeleton. This button here.
Yeah, so it is like this. Every part is an individual mesh. So then what you would do is you would just have the skeleton, you would animate the skeleton. The thing is, I'm not sure. I guess animations are really just tracks, and if you tell it a skeleton to animate, it will just do it. Yeah, right. And these are bone attachments. So I guess when you make the animations, I would have a Blender model. I would make all the robot pieces, and I would just have to make sure that whenever I export it, I can export each individual piece of the mesh. Okay,
Skeleton.
that's how I thought you would want
And
to,
if you
that
do
I would
that,
want
you
to do it.
should create a physical bone simulator.
The production of that's definitely,
And then with this,
and I would have that too. I did this for zombie game. I had the physical bone simulation with the bone attachments and the all of that.
on this node, all you gotta do is put this command in. Physical bones start simulation.
Yeah.
Yep, and as you can see, I hit his head, and it's gone now. So if you want a dismemberment system,
So how does he do it then?
here's the code. You
Just
need an area
delete?
3D,
You just delete the nodes, I guess.
called hitbox, and then these are the variables you're gonna want.
Take damage, amount.
This, so as you can see, it just takes damage. This is like a
It's on the
visual effect you have to
hitboxes, which is kind of what I did too. Mesh Q free. It just literally actually deletes itself.
work about that.
Okay.
And then it also makes a parent take damage. And if the health is below 0, it's gonna delete itself. And then
All right. So this is really close to what I would think I would do.
this might be in the wrong order. I might have to put this at the end.
You don't have to.
Because if it deletes itself first, the rest of this code might not run.
No, the Q free
But
returns.
It checks if there's any meshes you put here.
Q free is
bones,
Q free
and
is
it kills
guaranteed to
parent on
return.
death. So, like for example, if you destroy the head, they're gonna die. And then you go into the bone attachments of the skeleton.
You put the meshes on
like
everything.
The head, for example, put in the hitbox, put in a collision shape. I didn't do that because I think it's easier to just put in the empty area and then put in the collision because it's gonna default to whatever you put in the hitboxing if you do it that way. And then you put in the health, put in the
I think
parents,
what I would
this
really do
was-
is I'd have more like joint type stuff. So the joint can be connected to, it can say its main body and its, because if I have it where the ultra weapon will apply damage throughout the robot. So if I hit the hand, it's going to damage the hand as much as possible, then move up to the arm, then move up to the torso. Then from there, it'll branch out and apply equal parts of damage to all the other parts. If it still has damage left to apply.
The enemy itself, put in whatever mesh you want to disappear. If there's a second mesh you want to disappear, put that in. And then the bone. Destroy that too. And then I have that on the pelvis and the torso here. I didn't explain the collision of area 3Ds because normally you don't collide with areas.
You can raycast to the hitbox in area 3D.
If you have a projectile,
That's exactly what I did. I mean, I think it's just a standard thing. If you're setting up a hitbox, you use area 3D, you extend to area 3D.
Projectile is using a shape cast to detect if it hit anything. And all you have to do is go here, collide with areas. And make sure it's on the same layer as the area.
Right, okay. That's exactly what I would have done. I want to see
Let's
this.
make a basic dismemberment system. First, we add our rigged character to
Because here's the thing that I need. I'm not destroying parts. I'm destroying joints. The joints are breaking and the whole mesh should detach. If it takes enough damage, then maybe I destroy the mesh and I make the mesh spawn particles or something, or smaller pieces.
scene. Then we select the skeleton node and create physical bones by clicking on create physical skeleton
I really hope they
in the
improve
skeleton
that.
3D pop-up menu atop the UR bar. Follow
I know that setting that up is crazy to set up. I'm not doing entire bodies though. I will have like much fewer bones for sure. The most complex one's probably gonna be like that biped. Actually, the most complex one might be like a spider rig if I make that. I'll have like 2 or 3 joints per leg.
Doing that, we remove unnecessary physical bones such as fingers, toes, and few spine bones. You may notice yellow warnings next to physical bones. If you do, check and reset the scale of the physical bones. Sometimes the warnings remain. It might just be a bug in the Godot engine, so not need to worry too
Oh yeah, they
much
must have
about
fixed
it.
that.
We also tweak the collision shape to fit better, making sure they don't overlap as it might cause weird glitches in how the ragdoll physics behaves. Next,
You
we
can
group
just
the
make them
physical
not collide
bones
with each
we
other.
wish to dismember under a category
In fact, I think they don't collide with each other by default.
named limbs. To guarantee that the physical bones correctly mimic the animation bones, we rely on code. Without this synchronization, the bones would remain static and only start moving once the physical bones start simulation is initiated. The code looks like this. We save each physical
You don't
bone
have to do
in
that.
an array and use a for loop to set the global
You don't have to do
transform
that.
of each physical bone to the animated bone. We multiply it with the skeleton's global bone add the dismembered
They
limbs,
fixed that.
the perfect alignment. Moving forward, we proceed to add the dismembered limbs. In Blender, we cut the mesh into the required parts. To achieve precise cuts, we select the skeleton and scale down the bone in the pose mode that we plan to cut out. This serves as a guide for cutting the selected limb. After exporting the dismembered limbs to our project, we will open one of the exported
What?
limbs as a new inherited scene. Then we'll change
That's
the
just
root
weird,
scene
but okay.
to a rigid body. Make sure you name every dismembered limb to match the corresponding
I'm definitely doing it the other way
Physical
for
bo-
sure, where these are not separate scenes, these are just actual parts.
bone for
These are all individual
improved
meshes that are
organization.
attached to the skeleton.
If all the body parts are saved, the next step is to ensure that they are positioned correctly. To achieve this, we use a bone attachment 3D node. First, we add this node to the skeleton and select the desired bone, such as the left arm. Then, within the bone attachment 3D node, we add the left arm rigid body as a child. Following this, we right-click on the rigid body and select Editable Children to enable adjustments. This allows us precisely align the mesh, ensuring it matches the body's orientation. Finally, we replicate both the position and rotation settings onto the left arm mesh within the rigid body scene. We repeat this process with other body parts as well.
No, yeah, that would just
Now
make
onto
it
the dismemberment function.
crazy.
First, we check if the bone we have picked has a child bone. Next, we remove the physical bones from the scene and the array while scaling down the animated bone. Then we loop through an array of dismemberment parts to find the dismembered part.
Really? Scale a very small value.
Physical bones
That's
from the
hilarious.
scene and the array while scaling down the animated bone. Then we loop through an array of dismemberment parts to find the dismembered part that matches the selected bone. If it's found, we
This one, definitely no, I think. Can't really see anything from this. It's a little bit outdated, and I'm just not going to do at all what this process is. He didn't even step through, like, how he makes the dismemberment, like, what initiates it. So. Okay. So I think that's actually reasonable, because I'll be modeling these myself, and I'd also have to rig it myself. Yeah, I just use bone attachments, and the skeleton's just going to be kind of free floating. The skeleton's directly animated for any animations that I have, and then I can just pop off bone attachments and essentially just kind of convert them into rigid bodies, because the bone attachment will contain, I think it just will contain the rigid body. The rigid body will just be disabled, and once I detached it, I just take that, I take the child rigid body and I just put it top level scene, play whatever effect, animation, right? And then it has the hitboxes as well. Yeah, it's all pretty good. Okay. I need to get... Do I have anything that I... Oh, I've got quite a bit. Actually, that's not quite a bit. That's just some stuff. Okay. This is plotting out some stuff here. Okay, I'm liking this. Work on weapon interactions with machines. Okay. So I'm just gonna make a thing up here. I'll call it character controller, and I'm gonna get this. In fact, what I should really do is definitely just copy video URL and get this put over here. This goes to hostile robots. I want to have let's see that I'm really saying dismemberment, or just good video there. So I'll document the process there once I get to that. Character controller. 100% just stealing this thing. Is it here? It's not here. Is it? Okay.
Or something that you can just
Copy that video URL. There. All right. So I'm going to write down the general idea here. So, and I think it will just go straight to C++, making this in C++ because it's so simple. It's actually kind of ridiculous how simple that is. Maybe, I wonder if I should really look at C#. Because my understanding of C# is that I literally write the C# code. I can probably even write it in Godot. And it will compile and run. It's not an interpreted language. It actually is properly compiled. GDScript is supposedly compiled, but it's definitely just not quite like that. It's interpreted. It's like Java. It's like it converts into a bytecode and then interprets the bytecode. Right. It's not quite the same. It's not so close. There's a lot of extra abstraction happening on top of that. It's definitely more like JavaScript, I think. It functions like JavaScript. Or it's structurally similar to Java. That's how it seems to me. Okay. So extend rigid body 3D. This is more like a step by step here. Extend rigid body 3D. Collect input via interface. Probably a struct, which is populated with, honestly, not even a struct. Just collect via interfaces. Collect input via interfaces. Move, jump, etc. Integrate forces. Extend rigid body 3D. Use an elevated collider shape. For stepping. Elevated collider shape for stepping, pushing. A capsule with the bottom at or around knee step up height. Integrate forces will spring the body up from the ground using a it should probably honestly do a shape cast. Raycast may be acceptable for FPS collision. I'll say raycast be acceptable for simpler entities. Third person. Yeah, I'm gonna say a shapecast collision for sure. It'll just take that collider that it already has and cast it down. Or I guess not. I think what it really should be is probably do a sphere cast. So I'd plug in and say like shapecast or raycast. I say shapecast and it says sphere radius, and you plug in the radius, and that will cast down to determine if we're on the ground or not. And it would get an angle from that too. So if the angle exceeds some value, then we say, all right, we're slipping now, so we take that off. Or I guess we don't really say we're slipping now. We just start applying forces. You know, if the collision of a slippery surface is like this, I guess what I do is I dot it with the down vector, right? Or maybe like a right vector or something, do like a cross. No, I think I dot, because then I get a direction. So if it's aligned with it, I get a very positive value, so it'll be super far. Not a dot, a projection. I guess I can do a dot. I'll figure it out. Something for slipping, you know, so if it's at an extreme angle, then we are sliding. Can collect the normal for sliding max floor angles. Physics process applies, adds linear velocity from input. Physics process. This is going to be, I want to say extra. Extra. Could check linear velocity. Could check for extreme impacts to ragdoll. Use IK to place legs. I'm gonna go to, I thought it was here, I guess it's not. It's definitely linked here. It's definitely going to be here on the side. There it is.
Active ragdolls are a great...
Though this is like kind of a bit extreme, I think. I think it's definitely a simpler way to set this up. Wait a second. Hang on. This might be useful.
With the removal of the skeleton modification stack from Godot 4.0, I've received a few requests to update my tutorial. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create an improved procedurally animated spider bot that is fully controllable and can walk on rough terrain, walls and ceilings. The first step is to have a model that's been rigged. I'm using this quick one that I threw together in Blender. If you want to follow along with the video, I'll put a download link for the model in the description. Now
Actually,
in Godot,
very
I've
curious
created
because
a simple room
I happen
in
to
the
want one
main
of those.
scene using CSG nodes. I'm now creating an
Alright, the
inherited
music
scene
balance
from the
is a
Blender
little
model
crazy.
and updating the material so it looks a little nicer. Now let's get to the IK setup. As I mentioned in the intro, the skeleton modification stack is removed from 4.0. Either they'll re-add an improved implementation in a later version, or we'll get something new entirely. For now though, we need to use the deprecated skeleton IK 3D node.
I think
Add
it's still
4
deprecated.
skeleton IK 3D nodes to the skeleton node. one for each leg in our robot, and set up the chain. There's a strange behaviour where only the bone before the tip bone will point at the target, but in our case we actually want the last bone in the chain to do that. To work around this, I added an extra bone at the end of the bot's legs in Blender that has 0 weighting for mesh deformation, and set that as the tip bone in Godot. The root bone is the third bone up from our tip. We also want to use a magnet force with a value set to 10 on the y-axis to keep our legs pointing upwards. Set this up for each leg. Now let's set up 4 nodes to act as our IK targets. I'm using markers to make them visible in the editor. Adjust their position until you're happy with the default pose. We need to attach a script to our IK nodes to start the IK simulation when the game is started. We can add tool to this script so the IK runs in the editor too, which makes finding the right positions for our targets easier. Get the targets into a place you're happy with. At the moment, if we move the scene's root node, the IK targets will move too. We can set the transform to top level so they will ignore the parent's movement when the game is running. Let's add a script to our robot so we can move around.
There is an example of someone doing this in Minecraft.
Move speed and turn speed.
I wonder if they went into more detail about how they set this up, because they actually made like a spider bot
translate
with
and
many
rotate
legs.
accordingly. You may wonder why I'm using rotate object local instead of rotate Y. Using rotate object local like this means we're always rotating around the object's local y-axis, regardless of its global orientation. This means it will work while we're standing on a wall or upside down. Now let's add our bot to the main scene and try it out.
Cool.
To handle walking, our IK target is going to track its distance to a step target. Unlike our IK target, this step target node will not be top level, so it will move along with our spider. If the distance gets too far, we'll move our IK target to the step target's position. Let's begin by setting up our step targets. First I'm going to add a node 3D called step target container, which we'll need for later. To make things quicker, I'm copying the IK target nodes, removing top level and renaming them to step target. We want our step targets to always align with the floor, so I'm then positioning raycast nodes at the step targets, angling them slightly and moving them up. The angle helps when attempting to walk up 90-degree surfaces. To position our step targets to the floor, create a new script and attach it to the rays. Get a reference to our step target node, and then in the physics process, if a hit point is found, move the target position to the hit location. Then, in the editor, set the step target references. Now attach a script to our IK targets. This script will handle animating the target.
So that breaks if it walks
At the top,
into
add 2 variables. One is a
short
reference to our step target node, and the other is our distance before taking
wall
a
or
step.
something.
Then
Or like
add a new
roof
function
that's like
called
just
step.
above the bot.
Like
It'll
before,
just, like,
we're going to
teleport
use
us like a
tweening
bot
to animate
to
the
the floor.
target. This is a tweening logic from the old implementation. It was overly complicated and only lifted the leg upwards globally on the y-axis, which ruins the effect when you're walking up vertical inclines or upside down. I've now simplified the tween to this. We get our target position and then find the halfway point between it and our current location. Then we tween to the halfway point plus our owners, which is the spider bot's basis.y. This will be 1 meter up in whichever direction the spider is currently oriented. Once we reach the target, we then tween to the final target position. Finally, in process, check the distance between the target and our current position, and if we exceed our required value, call step. Let's see how that looks. Well, it works, but all our legs are stepping at the same time. Let's make it so we can't step if the adjacent leg on the left or right is already stepping. Back in our script, add a reference to our adjacent leg and a boolean to track if we're currently in the stepping state. Then add to our if statement to only step if 1, we aren't already stepping, and 2, if the adjacent leg isn't stepping. Then, in the step function, set is stepping to true. Then let's add a callback tween to the end of our tween queue. For the callback, we're going to use a lambda function to set is stepping back to false after the step is complete. Set the adjacent references and let's take another look. That's much better. But personally, I like it when the legs diagonally step at the same time. If you want to implement that too, let's add another reference to our diagonally opposite leg, and then when we call step on the opposite leg too. Much better. This looks great while turning around, but while we're walking, the legs lag behind a bit. Let's fix that now. Add a new script to our step container. Add a variable to the top and store our desired offset when moving. Let's also grab a reference to our parent node and store the parent's previous position. Then, in process, we can calculate the velocity by subtracting the previous position from our parent's current
There's a
position.
lot of stuff. Let me look for this. This is it. This is the guy. I'm not sure how much he really walks into source code. Ah, look at that. Kotlin. Okay. Set up spider body. Components body. Gate type. It's just an enum. Ah. Okay. All right. Okay. Preferred angles, update preferred angles, gravity and air resistance. Nutty, to be honest. Rotational velocities. Like it's on ground. This is just physics stuff. Is that the preferred angles? The IK? I think it is the IK. Yeah, it actually is IK. Alright, well, cool. Source code.
Hi, today's project is a spider with a procedural walking animation. Its movements are generated in real time to adapt to its surroundings, which would be infeasible to implement with traditional keyframed animations. Let's start by creating a kinematic chain.
It does talk kind of slow though.
A chain is
This is
composed
kind of
of
slow.
a root node and any number of rigid segments,
We gotta pick up the
which we
pace.
can render using the new block display entities. To move the chain, we will first move the last segment to the target position. Then, we will recursively move each parent segment to the base of its child. Now the chain is no longer attached to its root. We can move it back using the same principles. We will repeat this procedure until we find a solution within some acceptable margin of error. This is a commonly used algorithm called fabric. Currently, the joints can rotate with 360 degrees of freedom. This is fine for flexible appendages, but for leg joints, we typically want to restrict them to only rotate on one axis. To apply this constraint, I straightened the chain towards the target before applying the algorithm. Here, I created a spider with 4 chains for legs. Let's accelerate the body forward.
Pretty funny.
If each leg gets too far away from its rest position, let's tell it to return to the rest position.
Okay. Seeing the
Let's
same
also
thing.
make sure that the adjacent legs are grounded before we start moving each leg. Right now, the spider will stand in awkward poses after coming to a rest. Let's decrease the trigger distance while the spider is standing still.
Ah, okay. This is a big learn. When he's not moving, you shrink the size. Yeah, of course.
One other issue is that the legs will phase through each other if the rotation changes too rapidly. We can interpolate the rotation gradually across multiple frames. Next, we could tell the spider to stop moving if its legs get too far away from their rest position. Right now, the spider can only walk on a flat plane. To fix this, we can scan a column of blocks to find the ground height, and use that as our new rest position.
Okay. I see what it's doing too. It has the angle.
We need to move the body as well, so
Yeah.
I averaged the position of all the legs, added a small offset, and used the result for the body position.
Okay. There's kind of an issue that I wonder if he's going to hit on it, but the legs are going into objects. Frequently, it seems.
Next, I would like the spider to respond to gravity. To add this, we will accelerate the body downwards. If the spider has at least one pair of opposite legs on the ground, we can apply an upwards force to counteract gravity. For the final challenge, I want the spider to be able to walk on these discontiguous pillars. This is impossible with our current strategy, as the spider's legs won't be able to locate the ground while passing between gaps in the terrain. To fix this, we could try scanning the 8 neighboring columns as well, and picking the one closest to the rest position. However, this created a new problem, since the legs would now prefer moving half a block to the adjacent columns instead of stepping up one full block. To address this, I set the comparison point half a block above the rest position if the path is obstructed.
Okay. So if it's going to go over some gap, it's going to prefer to keep it where it's at until it finds something ahead of it, or I guess near its target location. Is that all that could really hear? This is kind of like I feel like I'm not seeing that part here. A memo. Here it is. Raycast. There's every check. Can we just run every check? Okay. Stranded target. Huh. Whoops.
Lastly, I want to mention a bit about the block display entities I used to render the spider. In Minecraft, all entities can rotate on 2 axes. They have a pitch, a yaw, but no tilt. This is a problem for the leg joints, since every time they cross over the y-axis, they would rotate 180 degrees in order to reorient themselves upwards. Here's what that looks like in context. Thankfully, the block display entities allow us to specify a custom transformation matrix. This means we can rotate them using a matrix with an arbitrary up vector instead of the usual rotation component. I used the cross product between the y-axis and the end effector, since that always faces the same direction. Here are some variations I was able to create by changing a few parameters.
No rotational constraints, very dog look. This is so strange. Okay. Why I was looking at that, I'm not really sure. Anyway, possibility, right? I guess I can take this as a link. Spider-like, extreme impacts to ragdoll. This is a big one. Restrict. Restrict rotation of the body so that it won't fall over. Use force integration to upright the body instead of using I say probably not needed if the main collision uses ragdoll parts. But not native the inter-entity collision uses ragdoll parts. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm back. There's like a strange smell. I feel like I just shot perfume into my mouth. I don't like that. Okay. Inter-entity collision uses ragdoll parts. Other colliders. Yep. What the hell? This is so strange. I don't like that I can taste it. That's what's bothering me. I'm just gonna assume someone just dumped perfume or something. I'm just gonna assume that. It's so bad. Dude. Like, it's in my mouth. I don't understand how that's possible. Okay. Restrict rotation of the body so it won't fall over. Use an elevated collider shape for stepping, pushing. Collect input via interfaces. Integrate forces will spring the body up from the ground. Physics process adds linear velocity from input. I mean, it's more like in this order, really. Collect input via interfaces. Physics process adds linear velocity. Your forces will spring the body up from the ground. Actually, yeah, no. I'm not rotating the body. Rotation's definitely on, like, mesh only. I guess it can have, like, a rotation node, right? Because the idea is I would have the mesh underneath it. I'll just say. But I'll just say, rotate body to face. Brake when not moving by damping velocity. Jump can apply impulse. How do I get it so that... Because if the character controller is basically just a rigid body with the whole rest of the scene underneath it, I guess player would just extend character controller. And it would just read input and process and then call it on the interfaces. I guess that's how that would happen. Yeah. How can I make this contain the weapon, though? I guess the weapon would be attached to, like... Yeah, the weapon node is still... Whoa. Huh. The weapon node is still, like... a thing that you tell it which weapon it is, and then it just knows. Or you give, like, a weapon resource, and it operates on that resource. There's the resource settings, and I guess it also contains some dynamic state, like its ammo state. I need to say that. Resources are the weapons. They also, they hold ammo state. They hold ammo state and remember it. You suppose with duplicate weapon and change parameters in real time, like its damage or whatever. Yeah. Disable ammo tracking. That stuff. Okay. Character controller. So if the rigid body. So yeah, now I'm going to say, how does this interact with, I guess I say player. Player should extend character controller and pass inputs from process. And pass inputs from process. That's literally all I should do. And then player can have extra stuff like player would also have a weapon node. Honestly, maybe it fits that it's a weapon controller, right? You give it a weapon resource and you call inputs on it. And the resource is purely a data container. It does not have any logic. And then it can say, hey, I want a UI and I want you to update it. So it just takes in that We'll just take that. Yeah, it'll pass inputs. So it passes in rotation for like target direction. That's not very good actually. Instead, it should definitely be. It tells the character controller to face the direction that the player's already facing. No, okay, so there's a problem. That definitely works for 3D, where you don't have it. Your camera is totally detached from the body. My camera is connected to the body. So it's possible I could go like super component layout, where player is its own node and it has a character controller child node. And I would set the character controller child node to be top level, so I can still do whatever it wants. And I have my own camera rig that just sits inside of, is like positioned inside of the character controller. And my camera rig tries to update to match the position, the vertical position of that. Yeah, it'll just basically move towards. It'll move towards it. The position of character controller. Yeah, the rotation is a bit of a problem. I don't think. Yeah, I think rotation is just going to be snapped. So I tell it what rotation I have. Okay, so I'm going to take off rotation, in fact. I'm just going to completely take off rotation. Rotation is definitely done by somebody else. Restrict rotation of the body so it won't fall over. And when I say restrict rotation, that just means I'm setting a switch so in the physics simulation, the body physically can't rotate, it's rotationally locked. But I can still from code tell it, here's your new rotation. You're always allowed, as if in my case, I lock the rotation and I write the rotation and I just say that I can move the whole thing left and right, or just around the y-axis, then I'm fine to just snap the rotation. I don't have to worry about that causing collision issues because it's a capsule. Its mathematical definition means that any orientation along its axis is treated the exact same. Hey, Danilin, you say you feel pregnant today. I don't think you do. I'm going to say you probably don't. You want to get it? I think what I do. I think the right setup is definitely that character controller should be a child node. Ideally, it's a child node. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna check my vent. I think I'm gonna close my vent. 1 sec. Thing is, I check outside my door and I don't smell it. Then I come and sit back down and I don't smell it, and then after like 30 seconds, I can smell it and I can taste it. I don't know what's going on. I close my vent. I'm like, I don't know. I'm freaking out. I don't like that. I don't like strange smells that I can taste. That's not very good. And I feel very thirsty as well. It's crazy. I'm dying. Oh, I think ideally what this should be is a child node. Whatever node I have up here, I have a child node character controller. And I think what I would do is I would set character controller to be top level. And I have my node just teleport to its current position. I have my node teleport to the position of the character controller every frame. I guess every physics frame. No, I have to do it every frame because if I have physics interpolation, that will smooth the camera. So yeah, I just teleport my node to the rigid body, or to the character controller. Every frame. It feels like a slight waste of time, though. Because it's essentially just constantly copying data. And I think it means it lags behind by a frame. Yeah, so that actually sucks a lot. Alright, character controller just has to be on the top, right? If I want to make a new character that moves around with a rigid body, I extend character controller. And then I have in my own process functions I as input to it. So I don't have two positions, I have one position. And then the camera, I mean, honestly, I think what I really do is I can still use that rig system where I have like a neck that will rotate. I mean, I guess that's exactly what it can be, really. Because I lock the rotation of the body completely. And what I do is I have another node that's the mesh that this is what I rotate. The neck will turn, will look up and down. And then, well, yeah, that part will turn and look up and down and whatever, which would also be like the mesh part of it. Player should extend character controller and pass inputs from process. Player would also have a weapon controller as a child and pass inputs from process. Alright, yeah, I think that's how it has to go. Can I start? I'm kind of I kind of like to. Oh, let me write out dismantle. The procedure here that I'm going to have. So, I have like a better concept art at the top because I kind of don't like how this one looks compared to all the rest of them. I would like that image to be first. This image can come here. Okay, I like that image better, for sure. I mean, this could be the boss robot, you know, that could be an idea for it. Super Metal Gear looking. Which, I mean, honestly, I probably should just look up Metal Gear and get pictures of that. Okay, inspired from this one. So essentially, construct the robot. Considering each bone for animation. Being a joint. Each bone frame being a joint, which can be destroyed. So basically what I'm thinking is I have a bone come out to here. You don't move this bone. You have a joint bone that moves. And then a straight bone down there, which is the whole piece. Construct the robot such that the initial bones the first bone is just a translation. What? It's a word. Whatever. Translation. Definitely spelling it correctly. Is the joint that rotates or moves. It is the bone that is detachment. How does cutting work? I'm not really sure how cutting works. I'm actually the detachment point. So there's the structure that the third is the structure that holds I mean, this will need work, of course. So let me say this needs work. reconsider when implementing. There's the structure that holds the part to be dismantled. So normally what you do is for a person to like a shoulder, I'd have a bone to here and then a bone down my arm. What I would really have for the robot is a bone to here, another bone that is, you know, some size of the joint or whatever that will rotate, and then I have that, then the arm bone comes out to the next joint. I mean, I guess I don't really need that. Yeah, let me say not do that. Such that each removable part can be exported as a mesh. Animate the skeleton as normal. In Godot, use bone attachments. Yes. Import the skeleton and animations. And each mesh part. Use bone attachments to fix the mesh parts onto the skeleton. Use hitboxes array. Yeah. So, I also kind of need the physical bone stuff. Yeah. Place a disabled rigid body. Use bone attachments to place a disabled rigid body, the mesh, and appropriate collider. Create hitboxes for parts and joints. Probably what it really is the structure health is like on the joints, right? So I'm shooting the chest. I grab the closest joint within some distance to that impact point, and I apply structure damage to that joint. So I'm shooting on the arm piece. I'm shooting a lower arm or middle arm. I have a joint here, so I'll apply damage onto this arm, and that applies structure damage to that joint. Higher up, or maybe even just I say the entire arm applies damage to a specific joint up here. Whatever, however I want to set it up, right? Right. Set up structure points. On the joints and part. Also, I wanted to be that if you drop structure, like if the arm down, maybe you don't hit any particular joint enough times, but the whole arm will just kind of disintegrate after it takes sufficient damage. Hotbox. Jeez. The bones become joints. Which can be destroyed. Damaging parts can apply nearby connected joints. Joints can be damaged directly. Also applying structure damage to parts. When joints are destroyed, can activate connected rigid body and move to world mode for simulation. Should apply health points damage to main body. When parts take enough structure damage, they should break into pieces. Pisces. Should break into pieces. And free and destroy child joints. So the parts detach. Okay, I'm gonna say this requires a lot of setup and wiring. Code needs to arbitrary parts. Should read the scene tree to parse everything. to connect everything. Yeah, cool. I do want to look at one thing, because if I allow you to destroy a leg, you know, what does that mean for the rest of the bot? How does it fall over at that point? Right? You break sensors blinding a bot. How does the sword cut parts? How is the robot scene constructed? Is the demands little stuff a component node or built in robots? I think I kind of do want it built into all robots. I don't think I might have a robot that doesn't dismantle. So I could simplify that by having a robot super type that just... That's what every robot extends. And that type handles scanning the scene tree for the skeleton and all the bones and the meshes and the rigid bodies, and handles all that damage wiring correctly. But it has to have a controller, so I guess it would have to extend the controller as well. So at the top level, it's still a rigid body that can move around. Yeah. I think I want to go... I think the other one was really bad. But I'm going to look at it again, because it may be helpful to, you know, I'm assuming I can find it just by searching. Yep, there it is. Okay.
Aaron's current position.
I'm just gonna look at the end part of this, because he's setting up the IK stuff, which is like 1-to-1 with how this guy is doing it in Minecraft. Pause the music. But there's something here at the end for the controller
position
that I really
using this
need
velocity
to
multiplied
see
by our offset.
how he does
Finally,
it.
update the previous position variable. This is looking way better. We just need to get our body moving and rotating based on the leg positions now. Back in our main SpiderBot script, let's first move our movement logic into another function for neatness. Then, let's add some references to the top to hold our legs IK targets. let's also create a variable to hold our desired height offset from the ground. In the old video, I used the following logic to handle the rotation, taking the average leg positions and using the difference to calculate rotations on the relevant axis. This method works great until you go upside down or vertical, and then it quickly falls apart. I had to come up with a solution that would work for any orientation, and that's when I remembered my old friend the plane class. A plane is essentially a position and a direction, also known as a normal, that has various uses. One way we can initialize a plane is by putting in 3 positions in a clockwise order. My idea was to create 2 planes from the IK target positions, then we can average the normal to get our body's desired orientation. We just then need to be able to turn this normal into a transformation basis. We can do this in a similar way to how we did it in the path-based mesh generation video. I'll skip the explanation on bases as I already went over it in that video. Our new basis, y, is the normal direction. Its x is the normal crossed with our forward direction, and the z is the right direction crossed with the normal direction. Finally, let's overwrite our basis with the newly calculated one. We can use lerp2 to make this smoother. Now let's check the results. Awesome, we're almost there. There's just one last thing we need to do. We need to make sure we lift the body up and down based on the height of the IK targets. Let's calculate the average position of the legs, then calculate the target position as this average plus our bot's up direction multiplied.
Hang on. A. Translate forward. Transform basis. Interpolate. Weird. Super weird.
By the ground offset. Now we only care about the distance between our current position and the target position in the spider bot's current up direction. We can calculate this by using the always helpful dot product. If we take our direction, call the dot function, and pass in the target position minus our current position, we'll get only the difference for that direction. We can then lerp towards our position plus our up direction multiplied by our calculated distance.
Essentially what's happening here is the target positions become a quad that is orientable. So as you went into it and you move the positions up, you move that quad, and so the body tries to smash this, and so movement happens in this axis. And as you do that, it'll turn up naturally. And it has to go down further as well so that we can orient back onto surfaces.
This will work no matter what.
It does seem though that you can detach, so I wonder how he handles falling. Because if there's nothing ahead of it, it will just float off in a straight
Which way
line.
our spider bot is oriented. And there we have the final result. There's a few things you could do to improve this, but I'll leave that up to your imagination. Anyway, I think that about does it for this video. I hope you found it useful. I'll leave a GitHub link to the finished project in the description below. If you found this video useful, please give it a like and think about subscribing. In the future, if a Godot update has killed this implementation again, let me know and I'll do another updated video.
Do you think he's done another video? Nope, he stopped. That's right. That's the last thing he did. I did active ragdoll. I didn't even notice that. But I'll be honest, this is a very complicated thing. Because I believe what he does is he has 2 simulations running at the same time. Not ideal, really. I think you would have your own animation system that is running and moving things as far as they can get. What he does is he takes that and he says it's like a hard limit or something. It's like an interpolation. Very cool though.
I've recently started streaming my Godot tinkering on Twitch. If you want to see me fumble at both streaming and
Okay. I just want to know how he made it spin as he goes up other surfaces. Yeah, he just uses the legs as a quad, or as points of a quad. Okay. We've got enough there. Is this playing or not? It is super quiet. Now I finally hear it. A whole minute into this one, and then it actually makes a sound. Okay. Okay. Character controller. They added schizophrenia game mode in FNAF. Is this legit? $40. I can only imagine. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I can only imagine. They're just constantly in his room. That's crazy. They're just literally in his room the whole time. That's nuts. All right. Cool. I feel like I have more. No, I closed one. Okay. Did I commit this? I did not. Okay. I want to see Godot C#. I want to understand how I can do this, because maybe I should do this. I need to see 4 months ago. Okay. Is this... Wait. What? Godot C++. The difference is I don't have to compile. I don't have to compile. And I believe I can edit it in... Is this legit, dude? This just came out. That's crazy. This is probably the preferred one. But I'm gonna see how old this one is. Yeah, I think I might go with this one, actually. Here, one. Godot Nim? What is that? What is Godot Nim?
Welcome to Godot C# Essentials, a complete beginner's guide. This course is designed for anyone who has a basic understanding of programming and wants to learn how to
Okay, we're
apply
gonna
those
leave it at
skills to making
1.25.
games. And we're not going to cover every detail of the C# language. There's plenty of tutorials online for that. Instead, we'll focus on how to use C# inside Godot to bring your ideas to life.
I told you about
Along the way,
Nim
we're gonna
already.
explore many concepts, including scenes and
I don't know
nodes,
what it is.
the core building blocks of Godot.
Alright, I'll go look. Godot Nim. I don't know what Nim is.
You'll create a controllable player that responds to input and learn how to quickly prototype levels using CSG nodes. You'll also add interactable objects to your world and build a simple user interface so your player can craft their...
I think we just jump to the next one. I don't think we need to... That's just an introduction.
Now, before we start building games, we need to set up the development.
Yeah, Nim the
environment.
language, I know.
In
I
this
don't know
lesson,
what it
we'll
is,
go through
man.
everything that
I don't
you
think I've
need
ever
to get
seen a
started
single
with
line of
Godot
code of
with
it.
C#. That means that we're going to install Godot with .NET support. set up Visual Studio Code as the editor, and make sure that C# and the .NET
What?
SDKs are
You can't edit it in Engine? Let me go to Godot's thing. I feel like you should be able to type C# into Godot. How do I do this? Where do I... Docs? Manual. Getting started? No. Engine details? Extension API? Scripting. C#. Next. Wait a second. I didn't think about that. Yeah, never mind. Actually, yeah, never mind. I'm not doing C#. No C#. I was thinking about it. I'm not doing C#.
Aaron's current position. We can then set our containers position
Stop.
using this
Stop. I'm
velocity.
clicking pause, please. Never mind, actually. Because the fact that... Okay. I mean, honestly, I just see MS build and I'm out. Okay? I should probably not do that. In fact. I should just stick with... I just have C++ already. I know how to write that. Really not that hard. That's it. Okay. What else do I need before I can start before I start going? What is it, Danilin? Tell me what I'm forgetting. Did you watch my friend's video? I have not. It's still open. I need to know how exactly I'm going to set up the camera. That's a big thing. I need to know exactly how I set up the camera. I'll watch it. I just haven't. I'm at 7 hours. What game you making? Spaceman on planet with guns and you fight robots. That's the game I'm making. And the robots explode. Yeah. Satisfying. Is it first person? Yes. Though that's not a hard requirement. It's not. It could be third person. Though I do believe... Why would you ask me that question? Why'd you ask me that question? Why'd you have to ask me that question? Oh my gosh. Okay. So... I have an issue with third-person shooting games, specifically because I think it makes it less fun to shoot the guns because you don't get to see the gun on your screen. The gun is blocked by the character. But I do think it works if you have like your Marvel rivals, okay? You want to see the superhero you play as. Perhaps even the characters need to move around in ways that if you stuck a camera on their head, it would be totally impossible to play. Click on the eye thing to make the gun visible. Yeah, right. So, but in my case, there could be a coolness to being third person, to see your character that you're controlling. And if I'm going to have an animal that follows you around, it makes it more reasonable. It makes it easier to get the animal in view. I don't have to do something where I have to have an animal run like 10 feet in front of you. The animal can just be next to you. I know how Metal Gear Solid 5 does it. When you aim down sights, you go first person. But I'll be honest, I think first person was kind of a leftover from It Has a Dog. Do they like discuss how they have? I know okay, so I've only played far enough that the dog is a puppy. I haven't actually got to play with a dog. I didn't actually know that the dog can come with you. I didn't know that. So that's news to me. Do they have any discussions on how they make the dog work then? Dude, Metal Gear Solid games are just so long. They're so long. I have to do like a full 2 hours before I get to like the first mission. Like that's how long they are. I can have a 5-hour play session doing one mission. What's my playtime in that game? Because I basically have one save that I've played through. And I want to see how far I've actually got. Where? Why is it? I don't have it categorized. So I'm just doing this off screen. All right, I have 36.5 hours in the game. And I think I'm like literally on the 3rd or 4th mission or whatever. 3rd or 4th story mission. Like, dude, it is such a long... I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they get you to do relatively so little in the game and it takes so long. I don't know how they do that. You lying or have low IQ? No, man. I've probably literally done like 4 story missions. It is like technically a second save that I'm on, but the first one, I think I literally just did the first mission and that was it. I got to whatever country it is that you get to, and I did that mission, and that's all. That's the furthest I got. And then I restarted because I like didn't play it for over a year. So I just started over. Dude, I just like to play the game, okay? Like, I want to do the missions really well, and I take my time. I'm not blasting. I'm trying to be silent. I get immersed in it. So both. Oh, man. The thing is, the third-person camera makes it hard for tracking indoors. There's also the fact that if I do that, I have to spend a lot more time on your player animations because those have to be really good. the model has to be good, right? These are kind of things that I can get away with if I show it sometimes, like in cutscenes. If I start now, in less than 1 hour, I get quiet bare feet without even speedrunning. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you just said. And also doubtful. Very doubtful. I think it at least takes you an hour to finish the first mission. The first story mission. Or the first mission, like, that's not the introduction, just to get to the end, you know, where you go up, you're on the horse, and then you're open world and you can ride your horse out to the base or whatever. I think it takes you at minimum an hour to finish that mission. Minimum. You lying? No, dude, there's no way. You can't do it. Cutscenes alone are adding like 10 minutes to that time. 15 minutes. So you got 45 minutes to run through all of to crawl through the whole intro mission. And then 30 minutes to, I don't even know what you do in the first mission. I think you're just going there to like collect a piece of paper or something, or take a picture. At least an hour. You count the cutscenes? You would watch the cutscenes, of course. If you're skipping cutscenes, then you're not really playing the game. You gotta watch the cutscenes. It wouldn't be fair to not consider the cutscenes. They're boring, though? What? Dude. Metal Gear's thing is that you're watching a movie and then sometimes you play the game. That's like its thing. I guess not counting the first couple of games because they actually had a lot of gameplay. But later ones, you're just like watching a movie. They're boring. How does he do it? How does he do it? How does he do what he does? I think I know what it is. There's this like feeling of things just like being slightly strange enough to like completely demand your attention. You're like really into it. Throw first mission is like, go here, grab this thing, save that guy. Save. That's not all the first thing you do when you get on the horse, though. You're looking for him, and then you get it. That's what it is. You're trying to find where he is, and then you go to get him. No, not even doing that. Like figuring out where he is. Can't you go straight there too? I think you can, right? You don't have to do that part. You can go straight to him. Oh, no. Yeah, that is the same mission. Because once you get it, then it marks where he is and you have to go to where he is. That's right. But you can just go straight there. You can, I forgot. You actually can, I'm pretty sure you can skip the base if you know where he is. You've got me so distracted. I don't want to... Oh my gosh, why would you ask me if it's first person? Why'd you have to do that? I think I want to do first person just because that's what Halo did. Halo's always been first person. And it works that way. and I thought you had 1,000 IQ. Now you only have 100. That's that's average, right? So that's average. Oh wow. All right. 7. All right, I'm doing it for the last like half hour. I am going to start a new project. And in fact, I'm dropping all the stuff. I need to go to updates, installed game version, most default public version. And then verify integrity. Starting fresh. It should re-download it. Did it do it? Update queued. Okay. Average for me is 140. Okay. Okay. And will be reacquired. Okay, did that work? Stable official, offline mode. Great. I need to immediately change that. Good. Create. Okay, wow, that was the hardest thing it ever did, I think. All right, we gotta go to... folder name... Select. Planet game, Godot game. Don't create a folder. Cool, okay. Planet game. Edit now. Go. Why is it not full screen? Oh, wow, everything feels tiny. Feels like I need glasses. First thing, editor settings. Because this definitely got reset. Behavior. Oh, it did not. It's all there. Okay. Cool. A team. Hello. What's your favorite food? I really like sushi. I might say that's my favorite, though I don't have it very often. Is this layout default? Okay. All right. Folder structure. Oh, geez. Folder structure. I'll lay this out. What do you like in your sushi? Fish and rice. I like that. I eat any kind of sushi. Folder structure. The old one is like just straight up a mess. Do you like wasabi? No, not really. Oh gosh, I didn't think about this. I didn't think about the conundrum of organizing the project at all into folders. Why didn't I think of that? I guess I can just say character. Does character make sense? Just have character. 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 Where will textures go? Where will textures, like, where does everything go? All right. I think character is a fine place for this. Character. Another folder. Not a folder. I think I just do the scene right away. Okay, so. But it needs a script too. It's not a scene, it's just a script. Okay, create a folder. I'll call this player. All right, that's where a player scene will go. What do you think of Notch? Is this 20 questions? I will make script character controller. It's going to be rigid body. Rigid body. Why do you not like that? 3D. Okay. It needs to be named. Last name. Character controller. Yes, 20 questions. Oh, okay. What do you think of Notch? I think he made a pretty good game called Minecraft. I think that's what he did. I think he made the game called Minecraft and it was pretty good. Does this need to be tool? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. So now what I do is I do scene. This will extend. Okay, I need to save it first. Save. And then scene. To find it apparently. Character controller. Invalid root name. Player. Okay. What age did you start programming? What was your first language? It was either Python or JavaScript. The first thing I did was I made a website with HTML and Notepad. And I don't remember how old I was. But very young. Young enough to not remember how old I was. Right, okay. So, go here, I just add a shape. Shape. Collision shape. I guess I can add mesh instance, capsule. Let's get the radius down a bit. Ruler. It's my radius. Looking at 20. All right. Is that, wait, what? No, this should be like, what? 20? Really? Well, I guess I'm actually counting my arms. I should count my arms too. Say 25. That seems just a little bit too small, but sure. I think I have height at like 1.7 is what I was using. Just as a capsule, this just looks too small. I think I was using probably like 3 something and 1 7 something. So let's put you. Is that no 1.7. You think games were better 15 years ago than today, or the opposite? I think they made games better. $15 years ago, or whatever. I'm not even sure if 15 years ago. That's probably too far. They made games better 10 years ago. I wouldn't say they made better games, they made games better. Okay, so I have that. This is just the fake mesh. This will be the capsule, which I can just say is going to be, I guess, like 0.5 or something. Oh, that's the full height. 1 meter. 3.5. 3.5? 3? Move it up. About there. Okay, let's say my step height is going to be my current height minus that. So let's say I can step up 30 centimeters. So I need to be 1.4. And then we go there. And then that's that. That's really just that. I'll make this slightly larger so I can see it on the outside. So I'm at 1.4, position is 1 meter up. You always been PC? I started playing on console. I played the Xbox. And then I got a computer and I started playing on my computer. Because they started putting all the games on the computer. What am I trying to think of here? So it's 1 meter. I'm actually... oh. How does that work out? 1 point... What? 8.85 up. Do I need to be up 1? 0.5? 2? I'm trying to make it so that's round around the top. Okay, so I'll do that. Hang on a second. Let me consider this. So this means the step height is going to be 1.02 this difference. So 1.02 minus half of this value. So 1.02 minus 0.7. It's a little bit less than 30. So I'll just say I will bring this to... I guess I would bring this up 0.2. So it's about where it should be. So it should be... Okay, why did that happen? Can we not do that? I just saw this number. Okay. Literally, how did that happen? Okay. It's back. 8. 3. Okay, so 1.03 minus half of 138. .34. No. I need 30. Alright, so that just means this is too high. So I'll bring this up. The 3A was too high. I need to pull off 0.4. It's moving up at the same time. Okay, this is like what's weird to me. It's moving up at the same time. So I think I have to move double it. So I just have to move fully 8, right? Because that value goes up 1, that value goes down 1. So I moved half a centimeter. Okay, I'll try this. 1.07 minus half of 1.3. Wait, no. I went the wrong way. The numbers are getting bigger. I need to go down. Jeez. Is it amplified, actually? Is that what it is? Because I went up 2. .025. This is getting annoying. Whatever. Literally whatever. Actually, literally whatever. Stop messing with that. Okay, so let's do new folder scene. So these will be environments. Folder test. Test scene. New scene, and because these may also have scripts or stuff assigned to them. I don't know, just scripts, I guess, or data, whatever. Like if I use Terrain 3D or something. I'll just call it world. But rename this folder to be test. Okay. What is this isometric view? All right. Let's add a CSG. CSG. They have it in like some weird... Yeah, they always have it under visual instance, geometry instance, and then it's there. It's like weird to find this. Let's just do a combiner. Layers, I'm gonna jump straight to saying 6 is gonna be... That's visual. Collision, 5. I think this is a case where I immediately need to recompile because I have some collision mask stuff that I really hate that Godot does. But you know what? I'll just... Because if I have something that's static, they both... Oh, no. It was that either side needs to interact with each other. So this can have a no mask. Okay, edit layer days. I'm going to call 5. Static world. Okay, static world. Alright. Box. This is gonna be a floor that I can walk on. Get point 1. 50 meters on all the sides. Let's make it 100 meters on all sides. Just a lot of room to walk around in. And then I guess I need to make this less pure white, because that's just crazy. Just darken you. Yeah, I guess I need I need like the grid texture stuff, or otherwise this is just impossible to know where I am. All right, but there's the floor. Let's add player to the world. Bring him up a little bit. Okay. Now player's gonna need a camera. So I add a camera. And for now, it's just gonna be right about up here. And facing forward. FOV, I'm gonna bring that up to 90. All right, and that's where that's gonna sit for now. All right, so if I hit play, it's gonna tell me I don't have one. Select current. Yes. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. So, right, player, I need to do this. So I need to say angular. Nope. Axis lock all angulars. Collision. We collide with static world. And ourselves, I guess. That's fine. And we're gonna be 100. I don't know if that's too light or not. Or too heavy. I don't have a good idea of that. Look at him learning. All right, so it's there. Okay. Environment is, for some reason, not. I'm not sure why there's no render for that. Whatever. Am I learning? I don't think I'm really learning. I think I've done this a lot. I think I've done this before. Sky. Sky, sky. I'm just going to leave it all default for now. I'm not going to get crazy sky material. Physical sky material. Of course, is going to need a light node. So directional light 3D. And I like to put that underneath it. I'm definitely going to bring back orthogonal. I'm definitely going to bring back whatever. Dynamic day in some capacity. Actually, no, I don't think I am. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. I think I'm just going to use this one. Where is... Oh, project settings, light, advanced settings. Advanced settings is already on. Get rid of that, please. What's happening? Can we get serious? Advanced settings. Light. Lights and shadows. Physical light units. Save and restart. Okay. Okay. Turn it down like that. Crazy stuff is happening. It's totally white. So now I need, okay, first of all, I'm gonna go tone map linear. Camera attributes physical. There we go. Auto exposure. I will leave values as default, though I think I definitely want to clamp that at 2, because going that much higher is kind of really insane. That's all fine. I think this is blurry, actually. I think this has some like really intense blur up close. Yeah, it's really blurry. I don't remember how that was fixed. Was it just this? Focal? Nope. Yeah, I think I just bring this down to like 20 or something. Okay. There's some crazy banding there. I'm not really sure if that is something I have to do in project. All right, cool. There we go. Crazy bright sun. Oh, I think that probably means this is too high. Go to 1. Yeah, there we go. All right. Okay. That's there. That's there. Wherever it is. Cool. Leave all that. This should cast shadow. That's all I do, I think. I just say cast shadow. Okay. Player. Cool. Alright. Now, input. Oh my gosh, input. Okay. So I think I'm probably just going to copy. I really want to use guide, but I want to use actions. I essentially just want to say I think like a movement vector for... Cool. First of all, I need the spring, because I think right now the player's not moving, which is odd. Why is the player not falling down? If I turn these off, does it fall? It should fall, right? I'm not seeing it fall. It should fall. It should be like inside of the ground. Okay, it's definitely working. Gosh, there's so much setup stuff for this. Turn that on. What? Broken? Hello? What the hell? I don't know how I did that. Ah, that key, of course. Snap. Right. Settings. Snap. Which is odd because it's already in a weird position. Okay. Alright, so now what I have is I would say, going by what they've done, there's a spring thing, which I don't even know how that spring stuff works, so I just literally need to copy them. I literally just need to copy this guy. I guess I could unmute it while I'm skipping it.
Task the target multiple controller or something like that.
Did I skip over his what?
Take over the scene. Have my system here, which is floor.
Oh, here we go.
So we have the current height and thing to the ground, and then
Raycast is colliding. Okay, so he scrolls twice, which I don't like, but all right. So the theory is I have a raycast here. A raycast 3D. I don't really need that. I'm gonna just look for cast. A shapecast 3D, a raycast. Okay, so what I think I want to do is I want to create this and either provide a raycast 3D or a shapecast 3D. For the player controller, I think it should be a shapecast 3D. For pretty much everyone else, it can be a raycast. I think that's acceptable. So for the player, yeah, okay, so I'll just create a raycast 3D, or a shapecast 3D. The shape, we're just gonna have a sphere. Exclude parent, target position. So essentially I just want to take this and move it up to like thereabout. So we're centered over this. Six, 5. Okay. And then we're gonna make this match the player's collider. I think actually what I really will do is I'll just actually use the same shape from there. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Can I do like quick load? Copy. Paste. So not unique, it'll just be there. Okay, cool. And then target position. So I can see both. Is it really? Huh? Oh, I guess okay, so I guess what I do is I center it. Alright, let's do this. Let's put it under there so it matches. And then I just center this. And then I say, you can be on the ground. Yeah, like that far, and you're on the ground. Okay, cool. We collide with only floor stuff, so it's just static world. We don't collide with ourselves. Collide with areas, bodies, just bodies. Whatever on the debug shape. Okay. So this needs to have... So I need to have in this script, it needs to accept export for a var shapecast cool. Updates instantly, so I can just click that, do that. Good. And now the idea is it's always casting down that distance. So now the idea is I mean, it's actually just what he's doing here. So we take the get collision normal. I think it actually does is colliding. So we do the is colliding check. So this is in integrate forces. So I want to put this in integrate forces. Okay. So when I say if, I think integrate forces is only called once. Fully custom force integration. So I want to do that too. I need to turn off force integration. Get solver, custom integrator. There we go. And continuous collision detection. Same as when it collides with another body. probably want that. That might help me. I don't really need to do that. I'm just going to leave that. That's fine. So here's kind of... I don't really need that. Yeah, that's... I don't need that. Okay. So if not shapecast is colliding, we're done. And I guess I can keep track of a var is on floor. Okay. So then otherwise he has the normal, the slope
Raycasting.
angle, some of this force walk stuff. So this is probably the part where I go to some of my old code because there's a difference here between there's like stable walk stuff where I take in my input vector and I do some math given the floor that I'm on to compute an ideal direction vector. But for now, I'm just going to take in. I'm just going to do collision stuff. So I don't have to care about that. I just need the hit point. So get collision point is probably what it should be called. Get collision point of one of the multiple collisions at index. What now? The number of collisions? Okay, I'm just gonna say 0. I guess. I don't think I care. So now I have that. He takes the height. Right, there's the parameters for... What are these parameters? I need to go back until he's at the top. He jumps around a bunch. So there's hover height, strength, and damping, which I guess hover height is an offset. So I'll say just be 0. Give me positive or negative. Strength and damping. I'm gonna assume those should both just be positive. And he uses like strength 1000 or something, so. He writes 50, but I think he uses a significantly higher value. When he actually does this calculation, or when he actually plays. And then it's just spring
Not only
stuff.
checking if we are on the floor, but calculating this is
Okay, so that on. So the height Goal position minus that, the vertical velocity, linear velocity. Yeah, so it's, yeah, okay, it's a bunch of that. Oh, okay, so it's really, really short. Alright, so I'm just gonna copy it down. If I know where I'm going. Should be using state. Oh, sorry, never mind. This is all. Yeah, sorry, I hit that. State transform. The body's transformation matrix. Is this like... It's probably global, right? Vertical velocity. Should definitely be this. Technically, I should take state, linear velocity, dot, with my y. Definitely what I should be doing. Linear velocity dot y, so yeah, it's just that. Jeez. Linear velocity dot with the up vector. So if it's negative, it'll be negative, right? Yeah. Offset hover height minus current height. Height offset minus height. Offset times strength minus vertical velocity times damping. Oh, times. And vector is vector up times magnitude. Apply force. Should just be apply central force, really. Apply central force, just make sure that it doesn't rotate. It's a nice simplification. It saves a little bit of time if you do central force. As you call this spring. And that's all it does. So honestly, I'm going to pull the camera off. Actually, I guess I won't pull the camera off. I'll just put a new camera out here in front of the player. There it is, camera 3D. Current 80. Local transform. Yeah. All right. It's standing there. So why did I put the camera on the? Yeah, don't do that. Ball. Right. Custom force integration. I forgot. So it should always be trying to move down, right? So I should be saying apply central force. Is it state dot gravity? I think that's all I do. Yeah. What? Does it get gravity? Why is it not falling? Okay. It's working. It's applying gravity. I just don't know why it's not moving. Why is it not moving? Oh, I'm supposed to do state apply central force. Duh. Wow. That's what I'm doing wrong. All right, there we go. I figured it out. Ball. What? I am super duper confused. It's not moving. Why are we not moving? Oh! I think I get it. I'm supposed to multiply it by mass. That might be it. It's just not moving. Why are we not moving? All right. Let me do... how do I turn on that? Visible collision shapes. Is it because it's stuck inside of itself? Is that a problem? No, because they just use shapes. Collision mask is that. It's collide with exclude parent. It's not even on. It can't even do that. Is it possibly... No. It can't be doing that. Alright, let me turn it off. I don't know. It's just not there. I actually don't understand how this is not moving. What if I turn all that off? It doesn't move. I literally don't understand why my apply central force isn't doing anything. But theirs is. Whatever. Whatever. No damping. Okay. Alright, whatever. Now I enable it. It's already enabled. So yeah, I think it's supposed to be, it tries to apply it by its mass, is that right? Okay, it's not. Is it because it's one mass? Is that maybe what's happening? It's one mass? Its mass is one? One? Alright. Cool. Alright, so I guess what that means is I actually just leave this at 1. I actually leave that at 1. And turn up the strength, I suppose. So let's make the strength 100. I'll just slowly increase until it's standing up straight. Okay. It needs more power. The bouncy though is a bit 300. Okay, so it seems like it's still not enough to get it fully off the ground. I might need to look at how other things do, like a Jolt's spring thing. I could even probably just use a spring. That's probably an option as well. And probably just have a lot of damping. Right. So I probably just need a lot of damping. I'm just looking to see where the final position is. Alright, seems good. Alright, so let's turn up the damping quite a lot. What the? Okay, maybe not quite so much. $10? 10 versus the 1,000? Okay, so it needs to be a bit higher. 20. I don't want to see a bounce. It's pretty good. Go for 25, I think. Okay, cool. There it is. The player. That's it. That's the game. Player's done. He can stand up. Now, technically, what this really means is that it's going to mean, I could just walk him over about anything. So I guess I start getting the walk stuff in. He's got a lot of input things. There's like, so I'm just gonna start writing in input, but I will move it out later. So process, I'll just do physics process for now. So when I say, it should be project input map, show built-in actions. So there's UI up, so A, I guess, UI up. Yeah, so I guess I just say UI up. Action. Simulate, no. Is action pressed? UI up. So then what I say here is in physics process, I apply linear velocity forward. So I say linear velocity, which he's got a whole thing, I guess. What I really want to do is I want to say if it's not pressed, then I am going to... If it's not pressed and I'm on the ground, I apply damping, right? So linear velocity. I guess I say if is on floor. Z. I guess I can say all this. Honestly, it's probably just like, I'm just making it super simple for now. It's just breaking, right? Linear velocity. Yeah, if we're not moving, we're on the floor, and linear velocity is approximately 0. We want to damp it. And probably by some like minimum amount too. I don't know, whatever. I'll leave it. I think this is enough for now. So I can at least move them forward and backwards. Is it up and down? I see it trying to move. super slow. Because that's probably just too much. Needs to be flipped. Because I happen to know the player is looking. Alright, just add that. I can get more serious with it, but I just need to see him moving. And he will actually accelerate forever. Okay. Let's just do this. I have left and right. So this will be X, 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 X. And I guess I'll find out. So that needs to be, left needs to be flipped. Left is the subtract. Okay. Left, right, forward, backwards. Okay. He's so slow, but it's there. All right, now here's the real test. I'm gonna put a cube in front of him. Just gonna put a box, a small box in front of this guy. If we can land on it. That's not really in front. Here's the front. And in fact, I'm gonna go to player scene. I'm gonna slap some eyes on him, so we know where his face is, or like a beam or something. Just mesh. $90. Move it up. Right, this is the face. So large. Surface material override. Let's make it blue. Get this color of blue. Those look like goggles. That's funny. So what is this height at? 1.4. Just stick it on the camera so it's more obvious. Jeez. Alright, he's got sonic eyes or something. Alright, so you can see where his front is. He's gonna walk up on this thing. Okay, so that's pretty intense. Is he gonna come back? Alright, so that's really quite powerful. It's not what I expected to see happening. Jeez. Come back off that. All right. Yeah, so that's just a huge amount of force that applies. I guess that just means higher damping. I think he has a really high damping value. That also means it's not really... What you would typically do is you define it in terms of like its strength times the mass. So times the stem strength times mass, right? So now I can crank up his mass to like 100. And that might make a little more sense for a rigid body. And now I can turn the strength down to 10 or something. And damping, I think, also probably needs to be multiplied by mass. I'm just going to assume it probably should be. So, and I'll say 2. Now we can't even move it. Okay. Linear velocity, I guess this should really be like add constant central force. Oh, no. Force, apply central force. I'll just do this. And not delta. And then I can damp. Okay. So yeah, just straight up not moving. So I'll do this times 100. Well, yeah, I guess I'll make it like a speed thing. Speed. Jeez, it does not move. 1000. Okay. So now this needs to be a bit stronger, I think. $15. Okay. Spring is this minus damping. Okay. So stand strength is 1,000. Wait, what? What's happening? Okay, clear those. Alright, well that's immediately better. Okay, maybe not so much better. Let's do 100. What is this? There's like a snap here. Whatever. Maybe that just means I make it smaller? I don't know. Maybe I should make it smaller. This is exactly what I do. Maybe I just make it a little bit smaller. Make unique. I can't even get up on that. Too high. How tall is that? How tall is this cube? It's a half-meter rise, apparently. Minus 0.1, so it's 0.4. So it is a little bit too tall. Let's bring it up 0.1. So 0.6 will make it 0.3 above the ground. Should be. It's a very hard. Why does that happen? I feel like that's just kind of whatever. I'd rather have like a weird jitter thing going on that just needs to be fixed with like spring stuff, like spring tuning, than just the craziest snapping ever or whatever. It probably is like damping could be higher. What's going on with that, though? It is strange. It's definitely... like, when it's on that edge, it does this. Which is odd to me. I'm not sure what that's about. That's probably this, actually. It's probably this. I bet this happening with linear velocity is probably what's going on. So I think instead what I probably want to do is I want to take this out of here and do I'm not really sure. But I think it is the case that if I take that off and I can get myself on there, then it is going to be... I can make that work. So I think I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to remove that. I'm going to walk forward into it. Okay, no, that's still... Okay, never mind. All right, so it's not this. It isn't this. All right, whatever. I think it's definitely the spring thing could be simulated better. I think it's the real issue there. Because I know that essentially this is the same thing as having the suspensions on the vehicle. If I just have like the very same exact system in there on the player, it will just... It also has like, you know, maximum velocity and stuff like that, so it can't like flip out and go crazy. It only pushes up. It doesn't pop you up and down, right? It'll just kind of push up and push the vehicle. Perhaps it is just that the strength... I'm not really sure. I can change it as I go to see if I can make this. I type in 80 or 50. So does 100 just make it? Yeah, 100 just makes it jitter here. Maybe this is just a case where damping should come up a bit. So what, do you want a higher damping than the strength of the spring? Okay, so I guess you don't want that, because weird things happen. Oh, is damping too high? It's stable now. Yeah, no, this is just weird. Weird things. I mean, I think technically it's not factoring in the length of the spring, because the spring has a stiffness more than it's always pushing down. So it's pushing less when it's more extended. That's what should be happening. It should be pushing less when it's extended. Which I guess it actually is. Huh. Well, what do I know? Alright, I'm going to look at, I think, vehicle stuff. How they do their springs and try to imitate that as closely as I can. But I do perceive that as a problem that I want to fix. I think that gets fixed by raycast because raycast is just a straight line. I can also probably just fix it by using not a cylinder, by using a box. That might be better. Let me just try doing a shape cast with a cube instead. So yeah, I guess just like a half-meter cube, right? But I need to make the height the same as this guy, 1.39. Yeah. A cube might fix my issues, actually. I want to think of that. Yeah. It's a struggle to get up these steps though, without good speed. It's really hard to get up these steps without good speed. Yeah, that helps a bit. Is there another shape type that might be... A cylinder shape might be better than a box. Yeah. So I can hang on the edge and then I'll fall normally. Okay. Yeah, so it's probably just a thing where I don't want to do that for... Also, it's weird. Why is it... Oh, there we go. Why was I hitting it before? Was just the strength wasn't enough to lift me? Oh, this is great. This is just great, actually. Okay, cool. Slip off an edge just normally. Walk up steps. Sometimes it's weird, though. I'm not sure what that's about. It may just be a case where I need to bring this... No, not really. I mean, I should just be able to step up that, yeah. I'm not sure why sometimes I slam into it like that. there's probably like some lookup stuff I can do where I can cast forward slightly and see if I maybe need to start stepping up early. I think this is also probably right on the edge of what I can walk up actually. So if I just make the box a little bit shorter, I would expect this to be pretty easy to climb up. Yeah. It's probably the case where like it's clipping my main collider, which hurts. So if I go too fast, it's hitting my real collider. But going up should like immediately send me up and right over the top of it. I'm thinking that's what's happening. It's probably hitting the collider because it is on the middle. All right, maybe I should make it wider. I was about to end, but I'm really into it. Make it larger. Again, or the same size. What about corners? What do you think about corners? I mean, it should just be the same. Like if I'm going along the edge, just, you know, jump straight up. Good, I think. All right, what if we disable this camera now? Or I think I just make, wait, no, I just make player. All right. Save that. Test world. Take that off current. I'll be first person. Okay, I can see my eyes in front of my head. Whoa, I'm super slidey though. Cool, okay. That'll just be like, you know, tuning speed, drag, whatever. Pretty good start. Okay. It's all saved. I hope it's all saved. Send that and then I'm done for today. Dude, that's... I'm actually so happy I found that. And that he shared it. Even more so about that. It's a lot of stuff. Get status. I think I may have... Oh no, we're good. Get... Huh? There's some stuff here that I did not expect to see. That's fine. That's fine. Android, I guess, is supposed to be something that's ignored, but... whatever. I'll just leave it. Whatever. I'm going to delete... I'm going to leave icon. Whatever. Icon can stay. Import. Project. Oh yeah, good, right. Joel Physics is default. That's good. I did forget about that. Test world. All this stuff. Player's just there. Alright, cool. Start Godot project. Initial character controller. Demonstrating special rigid body spring character controller. All right. Good start there, I think. I'm happy with that. I'm totally, absolutely 100% happy with that. That just solves like straight up so many problems that I have. Because stepping and sliding is, I guess I didn't try sliding, but it's handled by physics, right? Which is multi-threaded. So if the motion of the thing is handled by physics, I'm not doing it CPU side, or it's threaded, so it should be way faster. I'm not doing it in Godot land where I'm doing a bunch of slow stuff that can really bog down if there's a bunch of, there's no step up, there's no step down. I guess technically I should have it go further than that and set a certain height offset so the raycast can still determine that it's on the ground, or the shapecast can still determine it to be on the ground, even if there's a slight detachment, so you're not really falling. You just like walk off and the mesh will slide down. And also, like, that kind of doesn't even matter either, because the camera will work, right? The camera will come up and drop down slightly. That honestly, I might just be able to ignore that completely. Awesome. Very cool. Well, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with more exciting controller stuff. I'm gonna have I need to go ahead and I need to get another build of Godot going for a very particular collision thing that I need to happen, where layers query masks and not in the reverse sense where masks are querying for layers, because sometimes that happens. If something has a mask, it will collide with something else that has that layer, even though that layer does not mask the layer of the other object. It checks both ways and it's stupid. There's no reason for that. It's just a stupid thing. That one I know for a start, I immediately need that one, for sure. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow. Make up, save it, and go touch grass. It's snowing today. It snowed a lot today, actually. There's no grass to be seen. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.